received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AC-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
Running blind on intel for the AL. This region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then time to scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise him!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted. Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the signal can get through.
Steam explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety threshold. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INDS scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
Hi everyone, I'm William, the art director of Delta Force. As many of you may already seen, Delta Force is launching a collaboration with Rainbow Six Siege in our next season. Since launch, we've seen a lot of passion and discussion from our community around the tactical shooter gameplay. And whenever players talk about the genre, Rainbow Six Siege is one of the names that come up most often. So, we reach out to Ubisoft.
Bonjour, je suis Émilie Besson, directrice de la réalisation sur Rainbow Six Siege. Oui, Siege a toujours été défini par son gameplay tactique, le travail en équipe et aussi la variété des opérateurs que les joueurs ont appris à connaître et reconnaître au fil des années. Ces collaborations nous donnent l'occasion en fait d'amener les éléments emblématiques de Siege dans un nouvel univers tout en restant fidèle à ce qui les rend uniques.
In this collaboration, we focus on two things: operators and Rainbow Six Siege's iconic visual legacy. We selected 3 operators pairings who share the same combat philosophy.
I'll be there you need me.
말보다는 행동이지.
Call if you need a hand.
For classic siege elements, we choose to honor Black Ice, the Drone, and the Alpha Pack.
Ce qui était essentiel pour nous de préserver dans la collaboration, c'était l'identité, l'authenticité de nos personnages. C'est ce qui les rend uniques. On a travaillé main dans la main avec l'équipe de Delta Force pour s'assurer que l'authenticité de Siege, l'identité de Siege s'intègre naturellement dans leur jeu.
Both games share a realistic art direction, and finding distinct recognition within that shared aesthetic was actually the harder challenge. We started by preserving the core silhouette and a color framework of Siege operators. Doc and Motin's iconic deep navy uniforms, Vigil's signature custom fitted gear, these stay true. At the same time, within the finer details, we evolve in Delta Force identity. They wear patches from both teams. Motin carries Cineva's badge. Doc has medical kits at his side. To faithfully recreate Black Ice, we focused our material work on internal ice fracture patterns to capture the distinctive texture and cold, austere feel of original.
Oui, en effet, Black Ice résonne énormément avec notre communauté. C'est une cosmétique d'armes qui a énormément plu à nos joueurs. Et l'équipe de Delta Force a fait vraiment un travail incroyable pour la recréation dans leur jeu de cette cosmétique, avec un souci du détail extrêmement gratifiant.
We employed a dual-layer material system combined with subsurface scattering lighting model. Using camera vectors and a depth texture to offset UV calculations, we achieved effect of refractor patterns appearing to exist deep inside ice.
Et ce qu'on a apprécié et ce qui nous a impressionné, c'est le travail de recherche de Delta Force. À quel point ils ont été soucieux du détail pour conserver nos opérateurs dans leur jeu, qui s'intègrent vraiment comme naturellement dans leur univers.
Beyond the content itself, we want as many players as possible to access and experience this collaboration. By completing in-game missions during the season, you can unlock these rewards for free. One more thing, in the new operations map, we've prepared something special for you. You will find a surprise in the maps that are meant just for you. Once the crossover goes live, go find them. Once more, onto the bridge.
Dear friends, once more.
My hands are sweating. All right. Hi, operator. I'm Gabriel Mercier, codename N2. Since we'll be fighting side by side, allow me to properly introduce myself. As the codename suggests, my combat style leans towards cryogenic suppression. My frost launcher paired with a cryo flask can quickly force enemies into a frost state, ensuring they pose no threat to us. If enemy positions are unknown, the homing stun grenade can precisely mark them as well. Right now, I'm in the middle of a critical operation. One where failure is not an option. I hope this mission can make up for some of my past mistakes, even if just a little. Mission target zone, AZ3, Asara's only source of nuclear power. The plant's power output is spiking abnormally. This time, I won't let it happen again. An emergency shutdown is our only chance, but the risk is extreme. We not only have to breach Havoc's heavy defenses, we have to face lethal radiation head-on. Some containers within AZ3 have already been contaminated by radiation. You can follow distinctive sounds to locate them, but keep a close eye on your own radiation levels. Radiation is divided into 4 levels, each causing different effects. Accumulated radiation can be cleared by leaving the contaminated zone and using decon chambers or mobile decon units. During the incident, some personnel lost their access keys. We can use these keys to infiltrate the classified zones and gather intel and supplies.
Key verified. Access granted. AZ3
That's not all. Severe leaks have occurred across multiple sections of the plant. You can choose to endure radiation exposure and enter these zones for high-value supplies and rare data, or stay clear. The choice is yours. Havoc has deployed a large number of purification soldiers at AZ3. Once your position is exposed, heavy purifiers will apply debuffs like corrosion and slow movement, but attacking the weak spot on their back can neutralize them quickly. An even tougher threat comes from the relink agents. H-1000 personally leads H-47, H-800, and other agents to guard the facility, all of them connected through Skynet. They're extremely persistent. Stay on maximum alert. One final thing. If we do manage to shut down all the nuclear facilities, something unexpected might happen.
Disabling message. All AC3 terminals disabled.
Of course, the nuclear plant has new collectibles too. Over in Warfare, things are heating up. The flames of war have reached the weathered stone walls of the Colosseum. This 1,000-year-old city is sliding toward ruination. We've got new weapons. The RM-277 assault rifle excels at sustained suppressive fire, most effective from medium to long range. The SVCH marksman rifle is capable of taking down enemies in one shot at long range. There are also some bonus events coming up. Play Ole 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 to earn points and exchange them for sports-themed rewards and exclusive avatars. The Meltdown Season Pass includes various tactical supplies, including a new outfit for Tempest. The new season's Mandelbricks can yield the AKM assault rifle. Astromancy's not bad. Opening Turbricks gives you a chance at the Law of Time series collectible charms. Good luck. A new melee weapon, Elegy, the exclusive weapon of the Abyss Shark Reese. Pretty cool. Oh, and don't forget, the Rainbow Six Siege crossover is launching soon too. 3 new operator skins. Black Ice weapon skins, and special collectibles. Now that's something. Covers the main updates for the Meltdown season. Don't mess this up. Don't mess this up.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to brick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much, though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
Oh, there it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is time for us to get into a little bit of the Delta Force Rise Series Season 1. My name is DK, and joining me on the desk here today is going to be Vivid. Vivid, how you doing?
Doing a great, DK. Yes, we have finally made it. This is what we've been talking about over the past couple of weeks. Finally making it here to the Rise series and kicking it off with day number 1. I'm very, very excited. All those show matches, all those scrims that we were able to watch over the past couple of weeks, they were so entertaining. But with everything on the line starting here today, I'm excited to see what our players have for us.
Yeah, I think they are going to be bringing in quite a bit of heat. And of course, for any of the viewers that might not have joined in for the show matches or the open qualifiers that we have, we got you, right? We have a few potential recaps coming through. Speaking of which, let's take a look at that recap and we'll be right back.
Being done there, you get the swarm with targeting all the swirl string around the corner from Sun. Will find the first one, they get themselves the second, the third one. Almost go down as well. There's now Middig able to find one. That's Bane gone down, and now it's just 1-1 left alive. It's Grateful trying to find what those men should get the first one, but there's Max coming in now as well. Everyone is joining into the fight, and RMB are out. So the Mandelbrick has been interrupted. Sign able to take on over. From Dark Entities, they're ready to run on forward. Dems is the first one to fall. They are going to claim at least parts of this position for the time being. There is one more to be found around the corner inside, and that's him going down. Sign eliminated by Dark Entities. Now for now, the push from LFS, they're coming in right behind them. Also played on in as they go for the peek. That's a nice angle. Oh, Follow right, able to get himself a double. That is an insane peek around the corner. But there's NBO on the side. They eliminate all of DE, and now the final fight. Swing the corner, they get the double kill. And just like that, the savior of the rest of the lobby, NBO, swings in, takes out both Mandelbrick teams.
And they just go ahead and return. Like Amali comes in here for the team of Genius. The shots are making in, but simultaneously Oko finds a shot onto Blake with the arm, and a return kill comes in. Oko's actually going to be going down, and now Hannah, Genius, they're trying to get involved. Currently, as it stands, 2 members down for VT, 1 member currently down for FPOV. Landing on his head, and that's going to be AGT wiped off the map. But now turning focus over to the last remaining 3v3. Oh my gosh, FPOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's going to be hopping out with that, and Yersey decides, you know what? I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of holding the angle. I'm pushing.
It's a 2v3, so they have the numbers. They didn't get the res here, and we just got 30 seconds left on the clock as they charge in.
Remember, ADT has already kind of picked up some of those other kills on the FPOV, but Genius, they finally find some footing here in this 2v3. They pick up 2 members. Now the odds are in their favor, 2v1, but Nast is on the opposing side of things. 10 seconds remaining. Is this going to go uncontested? The door gets shut. Chuba's going to go ahead and smoke the choke point. His teammates got to go ahead and jump onto the decoding station. There's 5 seconds left remaining. The E&Ms are coming in from the side of AGT, but is a decode going to come in? It does. With 2 seconds remaining, the team of AGT, they jump onto the decoding station. They save the lobby. They save the qualification spot. AGT is down, and so is Genius.
Is their usual to block this? They got 2 of them on there. MBO ran in there as well. LDS ran in there, but it's still on MBO with 5 seconds to go. Surely this is going to hand the victory to FPOV. That is going to be MBO grabbing the brick. And now we've got 6 minutes left for these teams to get what they can. But FPOV are the only team with 3 left up as well.
How tough for LDS, for VT, for all of our other teams, because it was like a 6v whatever on the decoding station.
But I don't know about you, but every step of the way through the open qualifiers, the whole entire road to get to today has just been so difficult, so sweaty for a lot of the teams competing. And of course, it's not going to stop anytime soon, right? It's just going to continue to roll forward from here as we have quite a lot happening across the entirety of the series. Really looking forward to seeing what all these teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. And that recap kind of gives us a sneak peek into what a marathon this has actually been for some of our players to actually qualify. I mean, we were kind of watching over some of those highlights, and I'm like, man, that decoding station over by firing range on Space City, that's not even actually in competitive anymore. So that just kind of speaks to how long this process has actually been for some of our competitors to finally make it here to where it counts, the Rise series itself. Of course, we'll explain all of those changes kind of coming into this specific season. But again, just want to reiterate, it has been an absolute marathon for our players, for us here, and we have been entertained throughout. I can't wait to jump into more of the action.
especially excited to see what we will be having with our invited teams coming in, right? Yes, we did see a few of the show matches, but of course that is just a bit of a taste, right? To kind of figure out what we're going to have stepping into the group stages here. And of course, as we know, the group stages, they're going to go on for quite a bit. So there's going to be multiple opportunities for teams to bring in those improvements, to change up the dynamics, and of course, add in a few different tactics. So I really want to see what all of that is going to be bringing forward here. But of course, you were talking about us explaining a little bit more as to what is going to be happening, right? We've got some rules, we've got some formats, and a few additional changes that has come in stepping into the group stages. So we'll be getting into that momentarily. But yeah, I mean, based on what we've had so far, right? Even just the most recent show matches, right? There was a lot of tension, a lot of pressure, and most of them, surprising enough, actually going the full distance all the way to round 7.
Yeah, it's been the theme for sure as of recent. Obviously, we know, kind of jumping into the esports side of things, on the operations side, these teams have the opportunity to end these competitions early. But like DK is kind of talking about, man, we have gone to the full extent many times, which I think is great, because it kind of just speaks to how even and how well matched up some of these teams really are, because there's no real stomps kind of happening as of recent. So again, makes it very exciting to kind of jump into things today. Obviously, these teams are going to have the opportunity to go ahead and start picking up points here on day number 1. And obviously, you want to be in first place at the end of each and every single one of these sessions. How do you do it? You can go ahead and win it out. You can pick up those double mana bricks, but you know, sometimes you just got to wait all the way to game 7 to kind of make it happen. But yeah, I mean, going all the way to the distance means that these players are going to be tired by the end of this series as well. Hopefully, they're prepared for it.
Yeah, at least the days aren't going to be all flowing into one, right? It's not like we're going to be playing for how many ever weeks every single day. It's only going to be on the weekends, right? So there is going to be a lot of opportunities. And aside from the EMEA region that we have starting today, right now, we have the Americas also coming underway. But speaking about the explanations, let's get right into that, as we are going to be starting here with our tournament format, right? So we've already concluded the open qualifying rounds. We do have our partner teams coming in as well, but now as we step into the regular season, we are going to be starting with that group stage, and we can kind of follow the route as to where the teams are going to go, right? So from group stage, we move to survivor stage 1, and then of course going into that day number 2 before we make it all the way over into the big finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to be all about this 4-week-long group stage. You could see it's going to be 4 weeks long, 3 days each, right? Friday, Saturday, and Sunday over the course of the next 4 weeks. So make sure you guys kind of tune into that. You can actually see towards that top right, 1 to 2 places go directly into the finals out of the group stages. So you want to make sure that, you know, if you're rooting at home for one of your favorite teams coming out of the group stages, that is kind of what they are aiming for. But if they're not first through second, they're not necessarily out of the competition, because you did see about 3rd through 10th there on the leaderboard do kind of go to those survivor days. But taking a look at the tournament rules over these, 3 days of competition over the course of the group stage, and every single time that we tune into these, 1 day long competition, 7 matches, what's going to be happening? Each player is going to start out with 1.5 million Technic Alloy. They can go ahead and buy some of the gear on the tournament server here and kind of decide how they want to spend their economy. If you die, you lose your gear. It works the exact same way as those public matches. We are playing an extraction shooter, so of course those rules are going to be a little bit obvious. We're going to be playing on the Season Echo, which is a little bit behind what we are actually playing on the live server. That kind of gives all of our competitive players a little bit of time to adjust to these new matches before they have to jump into those adjustments in a competitive setting. And DK, we know how it works, man. Mandelbricks are the important thing on the leaderboard. That's kind of how they are ranked. If you want to go ahead and end the competition early, bottom left, the first team that captures 2 Mandelbricks wins. It's done. It's over. The fastest you can do that is through game number 4. So we'll have to see if anybody can kind of do that. And in between some of those Mandelbrick games, are of course going to be an opportunity to pick up your economy, pick up some extra gear. But DK, run us through kind of like the starting supplies and how these teams can actually build up said economy.
Well, as you can see there, of course, they are going to be starting off with that 1.5 mil, as you've mentioned before. They do have that 3x3 safe box, meaning they can cram a whole lot into that, as well as the 12-slot card holder. So that means any card they need, they can take it with them. There is not going to be any issue with space with regards to that. And of course, as we move through, they are going to have those fixed supplies, right? So every round, they are going to be getting an additional 0.7 mil or 700,000 alloy being awarded to them. Each elimination also is going to be worth 800k, right? So if they want to try and play for the economy, play for the amount of assets that they gather up in a round, this is how they do it. Go for those kills. Aside from that, of course, decoding the Mandelbrick, as we've already said, that is going to be the essential part. But the best way to get the assets out is to extract, right? You have to try and extract. If you don't, it is going to make things quite difficult for you, and you want to try and capitalize on those, well, the assets that you can bring out. Now, when it comes down to the Mandelbrick, there are a few rules. We've seen a lot of these rules in play before, but the big change from what we've seen in the past is the Mandelbrick decoding, right? Point number 4, the one right there in the middle, the intercept time has changed to 1 second, right? Before it was 3 seconds, now it is 1. So already we've been seeing quite a bit of a sweaty exchange back and forth with regards to those Mandelbricks and the decoding, but now it's going to get even more insane as we're going to push through it. But of course, that minimum decoding time is going to stay on 1 minute and 30 seconds. So regardless of how many times it changes hands, once it gets down to 1 minute 30 seconds, that is going to be that consistent timer running through time and time again. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on these squads to get their hands on that. And of course, in some of these rounds, we've seen the Mandelbrick change hands, I think 8 to 10 times.
And taking a look at the point scoring system for the group stage specifically. Remember, we're going to be doing this over the next 4 weeks, by the way, so a lot of opportunity for our teams to kind of pick up some points. But, you know, talking about the match placement today. So at the end of the day, let's say we go 4 or anywhere between 4 and 7 matches. If you are in first place on the leaderboard, you have the opportunity to pick up 8 points, and then, you know, kind of going down there first through 6th place, of course, picking up some points. Unless you are in last place, you're going to pick up 0 points, unfortunately. But this is how you gain points in the group stage. This is how you can kind of get those automatic qualification spots into the finals at the end of the season. Also, very, very important to note that you can see it on the right side of your screen and down at the bottom. You also get a singular point for every single mana brick you are able to go ahead and decode. So mana bricks, a giant emphasis on them, just like usual. And talking about these squad points, now our giant scoring metric is, of course, those mana bricks. If you have them, they are the most valuable thing. But there is another scoring metric that is a little bit less valuable, but obviously dictates some of those tiebreakers when it comes down to the actual quantity of mana bricks you were able to pick up. And those are going to be squad points. So how do you pick up squad points? You can see on the left side of your screen there, kill points. Every single kill you and your team are able to pick up, that's going to be 1 point for you guys. By the way, this has actually shifted the way a lot of these games have actually played. We have seen a lot of aggressive plays just based around the fact that, hey, listen, we need the kills. We need those 1 point, because 1 kill for 1 point, that is the most valuable thing. The other side of the thing is the supply points. For every 2 million in total stash assets you were able to pick up throughout the course of the day as well will be worth 1 point. And the points are rounded down. So if you're at 1.9999 million, you're getting 0 points, man. We're not going to go ahead and round that one up for you. But what are these guys actually playing for, right? At the end of the season, throughout the course of the group stage. By the way, everybody that has kind of made it here, you can see it first all the way down to 12th place. Just by making it here to the group stage, you've earned yourself some coin, man. So congratulations to all of our teams. But at the end of the season, you want to make it to the finals. Only 6 teams can actually qualify for the finals, and you can see a giant jump in prize pool actually there once you do make it to 6th place, once you do make it to the finals. But if you win the finals, if you win the Rise series, $60,000, DK, huge.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a good day at the office. And, you know, it's good to see that aside from the large share of alloy that they get in game, is also a nice bit of bang coming their way as well. And speaking about which, Ro, here are our participating teams, right? We've got Group A, B, C, and D. Of course, we are looking at the players there from Dark Entities. We've got Team Gotaga in there. We've got Living for Success. We've got WLG Alliance. We've got FLC Clan. We've got Genius. We've got AGARTHA, Number 1, FLOORPOV, Fnatic, as well as MBA. So quite a bit of a lineup when it comes to our rosters and teams that are going to be stepping onto the battlefield here. And of course, this is what we spoke about, right? The 4 weeks of group stage starts here today, July 10th. And then in that final week, the 5th week, that is where the survivor stages are going to be happening, as well as, of course, the finals themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can kind of see a giant emphasis on that 4-week kind of group stage. And keep a note here, right? When you take a look at the dates, you can see that it's actually only going to be 2 groups going head to head on any specific day. We're going to be kicking things off here. July 10th, match number 1 is just going to be between groups A and B. Tomorrow we'll follow that up with group C and D. And then on Sunday, it'll go groups A and C. But why don't we go ahead and take a look at who's actually going to be playing in this competition today, right? The rosters that we're going to be seeing perform and do all of the amazing stuff.
Well, first up, we are going to be starting off with a little bit of that Dark Entity play following their absolute strong performance that we've been looking from the entire squad coming through here. I mean, the game time just so exceptionally high, and I do see the M7 being quite a bit of a favorite here for the side of Dark Entity. Of course, the M82 coming in there in the side of Juggernaut. So, yeah, I'm excited to see just how much carnage they are going to be looking to bring in once they step forward.
Absolutely. Now, taking a look at Team Gotaga. This is one of the teams that we were able to take a look at throughout the course of the week. And we've got Vlad here, man. He was absolutely incredible. You can see the game time there. All of these guys are going to be having upwards of 2,000 plus hours. We got Vlad, Moxa, and Nox here. You can kind of see some of their specific operator choices as we do go ahead and go throughout. But living for success, DK, we've got Evan, we've got Imperator, we've got Stickinson, and we've got Darkus.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, Darkus, I think, is going to be one of those players that we are going to be keeping a bit of an eye on, right? We've been seeing some strong performances coming through from Darkus in the show matches, right, in the scrims. So I'm curious to see how much of that is going to kind of contribute to the excitement that we'll be having right here in the Rise series itself. But aside from them, right, WLGaming also going to be stepping in here as well with Scooby, Oko, and Selen.
Yep, you can see it here. I mean, some of these guys kind of, comparing the time difference in hours. We actually saw 400 hours there, kind of already making it the top level of competition. We're in, some of our other players have thousands of hours, so that's going to be something to kind of keep an eye on. But Team Alliance as well, and then we're going to have a lot of fans of these guys. Easy, Lynx, Grind, and of course, a lot of love, I can imagine, in the chat right now for LASIK. But taking a look through some of these favorite weapons, man, I'm seeing a lot of M7s, by the way. So kind of getting a quick little peek into what these top players think is the best weapon. And yeah, no surprise, LASIK, by the way, has beat out all of these guys at game time, 3,600 hours.
As well as the KD, right? Sitting with an 11 KD. That is absolutely insane. But I mean, looking at the playstyle, it makes a whole lot of sense. Moving on to our next squad, of course, as we can see right here, things are looking pretty exciting as well, as we can just see the lineup. And yeah, M7 is going to be quite a bit of a favorite here. As well, they're gonna have to play for that eco, right? If they want to play with the M7, they know how to get their hands on it, make sure that they've got enough back to push through that. And of course, a quick wrap up on our lineup here for Group A. They are going to be one of our participating groups, and joining them is going to be Group B to start off all the proceedings here and show us what they are going to look to do on the very first day. And I'm excited about this because this gives them that opportunity to really lay down the foundations and kind of solidify their position right at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. Crazy enough, Group B actually panned out to be 3 of our invited teams. As we kind of go through some of these lineups here, you kind of get a quick peek into how all of this is going to work. We're only kind of showcasing Group A and Group B as it currently stands, because again, on any given day throughout the group stage, only 2 groups are going to be going head to head. But let's go ahead and take a look at the map rotation that Group A and Group B are going to be going head to head on. This will be the format throughout the next couple of weeks, the next 5 weeks throughout the Rise series itself. Zero Dam will be our first round. Of course, that airdrop is going to be included as well, so a lot of loot to kind of be claimed there. But I mean, obviously towards the top of these map screens, we know when the mana bricks are going to come into play. Rounds 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7, if we do have to go to any of those later rounds indeed. Round 7 is cool as well, because last place gets to go ahead and choose whether they want to play on Brakkesh or Space City. So a little bit of a decision to be made there. And then also what's kind of new this year is that Tide Prison has recently kind of made this static map in prior competitions that actually used to be up to one of our teams to go ahead and pick which map we would be going to there. But Now it's just going to be static on Tide Prison. But DK, we know how it works as well. Obviously, the economy, the technic alloys are going to be an important thing to keep track of for all of our teams, but so are the operators.
Yeah, that is going to be a big thing, and of course your success on the map is partially due to who you load up with, so there's going to be some very tough decisions have to be made here by our teams as they are going to be looking to step on forward. But from what we can see right here, and of course what is the standard, is that each of our operators can be used twice, right? That's it. Once they've used them up, they can't use them again, so they have to be very selective as to when they choose to play those operators. But of course, if we do happen to make it all the way to round 7, all of those limitations go away, right? Then it is a free-for-all. You can choose whomever you want to step out onto the battlefield with and just bring in that extra little bit of a portion. Looking at our players here, everybody just looking to get themselves into the zone, right? A whole bunch of different approaches to get themselves in that area.
Yeah, this is going to be one of my favorite things about the Rise series, specifically all of our players being required to go ahead and have a camera on so we can kind of tune into some of their reactions and some of their emotions, how they're feeling, kind of tuning into how they are all feeling before we actually jump into game number 1. Can't lie, I've seen some players that look a little bit more relaxed and lounged back in their chairs, and other ones kind of looking a little bit more typical, poised to kind of just jump to the competition. But so far, I'm kind of taking a look at some of the faces, trying to see if I can get a read on any of the emotions here, but I think everybody kind of looks cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, I think they all just, trying to ready themselves for what is about to come. And of course, as we saw, our first map up is going to be that lovely start over on the Zero Dam around itself. So, yeah, we're just patiently awaiting the start of the proceedings here. But I'm pretty sure that a lot of these expressions and emotions that we are looking at right now could potentially take quite a bit of a turn later in the day, right? Especially, I think, if there's an opportunity for this match to be over round about round 4.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see if any of our teams are feeling good enough on this specific day to go ahead and do that. But we kind of already talked about it. We're preparing ourselves to go ahead and jump into Zero Dam specifically. We'll kind of explain when we do kind of jump in what our teams are going to be hoping to achieve on a map like Zero Dam, but it's probably going to be all about the economy for sure. We've actually, had the opportunity to take a look at a bunch of scrims, and Zero Dam has actually turned into what feels like a little bit of a bloodbath. So do not be surprised if we see a lot of plays that are kind of centralized around the idea of just straight up playing aggressive. But very, very close before we do go ahead and jump into Zero Dam. Will not be that much longer. And I mean, still same theme across the board. Over players still looking calm, man.
Yeah, we'll call it the calm before the storm, right? Everybody just trying to make sure that they've got all their I's dotted and the T's crossed, right? Of course, there is going to be quite a bit of expectation coming through here for them as they're doing the final few preps to make sure that they are as oiled up as they need to be. And I mean, based on what we've seen so far, right, I think today is going to be a very exciting day. The show matches, the scrims, they've all just really been lighting it up. And I mean, just looking back at the most recent one that we had, especially for the European region, right, I mean, even Team Gotaga, Alliance, FLC Clan, right? All of these teams performed quite strongly, right? Finding themselves 1 or 2 of those Mandelbricks throughout the rounds, and a lot of those kills coming through as well. So I'm expecting a lot of that to carry over moving into the first round here in day number 1.
Absolutely. And, I would imagine that some of these players, they got to be feeling a little bit more confident. We kind of talked about it. We have 12 teams total here in the Rise series. Of course, we're only going to be taking a look at 6 of them here today specifically, but 5 of those 12 teams were actually invited via, collaborations with organizations that they were signed to. For the other 7, they had to qualify, man. They had to go through some crazy formats to actually make it here. And I know that we had the opportunity to go ahead and take a look at some of the last qualifiers, right? Team Genius kind of clutching up with their qualification spot, being one of the last teams to kind of make it in. So Excited to kind of jump into the action here. This is going to be the first game of many. The grand scheme of things of the Rise season specifically. We're going to be jumping into Zero Dam for the first game, and we're just seeing what our teams can accomplish here in game number 1 to kind of help them out in some of the following matches.
Yep, and of course, this is where we are going to be looking at to see what is going to be their operator choice, right? Who are they going to decide to move in with here? Because, I mean, realistically looking at it, right, moving on to a map like Zero Dam, you could be opting for a player like Nox. You could be going for a little bit of that toxic play. You could go for a little bit of a Raptor as well. As we can see over on that left-hand side, we do have quite a few of Raptors coming out here, but we do see some Shepherds being played. We do have some Singers in here as well, and of course, there is that toxic presence coming in.
Yeah, no surprise kind of see a plethora of Raptors, plethora of Divos. That's kind of what we are used to seeing. But taking a look at the admin area, which is where we will see a lot of our early fights kind of go ahead and pop off. We've got Team Gotaga in yellow up there, and Team FLC, so they might be our earliest engagement that we do get an opportunity to go ahead and check out. But take a look at the left side of your screen. Ooh. The reds are already coming in. I did see those red coffee beans make their way into the inventory of one of the players on FLC. That's going to be Jax picking up that early 350,000. But for Team Gotaga, they actually just took out Saeed, who we do know can be a great boon in terms of picking up a lot of loot. He's kind of like the if you're on Zero Day, man, that's who you want to take out, right? That's kind of your access to or potential to get some big loot.
Yeah, I mean, bro's a hoarder, right? He's just he's the spot, the one person especially that you want to try and focus on as you move through. But as you can see, FLC, they are just locking in here as they now pick up their second red. I mean, that's funny because when I was over there earlier today, I didn't see any reds like they are picking up right now. But I guess, you know, I wasn't playing on the server that they play on, so a good bit of economy coming their way. Ooh, look at that. It's going to be Dark Entities also getting their fair share of a bit of the action all the way over in the major substation.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, the fact that it is going to be a 3x3 as well. So kind of talked about it. All of our players having access to a 3x3 safe box. So that's pretty much going to make its way out of this match without a doubt, because it's going to be safe. Whether he goes down or not, it's going to be in a safe box. So that's going to be a great pickup for the side of Dark Entities. And a quick little preview of what all of our players have kind of opted to bring in. Pretty standard across the board. What makes the Zero Dam match, right, this first one so difficult that you can see all of our players are going to be wearing purple armor. But the blue ammo, right, an actual tier below the armor that you're going to be having to fight up against is kind of what makes the difference. Makes it very, very awkward for some of our players to deal with that difference in TTK specifically.
Yeah, I guess this is where it comes down to which areas do you predominantly focus on, right? Because especially coming through with the blue rounds here, you're gonna have to try and focus for the headshots, right? Because if you go for the chest, as you said, TTK, it's very, very high when it comes to the body armor. So headshots are probably going to be the predominant point that they'll be focusing on right here. But for the time being, FLC, they just patiently waiting a little bit of position up here in admin on the bridge, looking to see if they can find that line of sight over onto the players here from GOT. GOT also just playing the utility game, popping over quite a few of those, trying to just kind of put the opposing side on the back foot, but nobody really trying to push over just yet, right? Of course, there is that double bridge that you need to keep a very close eye on.
A little bit of a standstill here in the admin area. All of this utility going off and all of these shots. There's going to be a giant kind of audio cue for some of our other teams that, hey, listen, there's a fight going on in the admin area. We could potentially go ahead and get involved, but the utility is actually being traded back. And take a look at this. Team Gotaga, they're going to lay down the Stinger Smoke and run right through it. They want to actually go ahead and take it to FLC right now, but I'm taking a look at some of the damage being exchanged. Right now, it looks like FLC is leading, but not in terms of the knocks. We're going to be seeing Team Gotaga. They pick up the first one. Oh my gosh, and an opportunity to trade there for Soloa, but he gets instantly traded back, and now it's going to be a 2v1 situation. Team Gotaga have the numbers, and they are going to get the first wipe here on day number 1 of the Rise series.
Yeah, and that is how it all starts. FLC, the first team to find the reds, the first team to get themselves scooted out of this first round. There we have it. One down, a few more to go, but a quick look back at how it unfolded noted here is Nox was just absolutely on point with those sprays. I mean, FLC, they came really close to maybe just getting themselves out of harm's way, but if it is a 2v1 push, there's only so much that you can do.
It's not often in Delta Force we see the team that kind of opts to no longer wait in tow. Out of the team that plays aggressive, actually went out so cleanly. And Team Gotaga, they just kind of stormed the bridge there, waited that stinger smoke, and were able to pick up so much positioning. And it's not often we actually see this specific airdrop drop in competition, right all the way up here north by the containers. A lot of the times we do see them kind of make their way to the south or potentially over the construction site just to the west, but for Team WLG, you can see over on the left side of your screen, for this game specifically, their profits are quite low. In fact, they're all the way at the bottom of the leaderboard, 200K. So they have not been able to make anything necessarily happen yet. But with the Raptor drone kind of coming out, they might be thinking about going for this airdrop.
Yeah, I mean, they are trying to do a little bit of that due diligence just to make sure the area is nice and clean. And so far, it's going to be Ceylon just, well, locking in on the Reds, having quite a bit to acquire here. And of course, that AWM ammo now coming into play as well. And I think that's the nice bit about the airdrop, right, is you do have access to the ammo coming in. And the only way to kind of get it out of here is you have to have it on your person, right? You can't put it in the safe box. So you're going to have to guard that ammo literally with your life.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen these kind of snipers that are able to pick up out of these airdrops in the first game here, come into play later on in previous matches. So we'll have to see if Ceylon can kind of make anything happen here with the 50 caliber sniper. You can see he's got the snap rounds loaded in, and Vlad, you got to be careful, man. Obviously, he does know that there is a team on the other side of admin to him, but I don't know if they have the information that the airdrop was actually picked up, regardless of what was kind of in the airdrop. We do know that gear can, of course, spawn. That gives you a giant advantage over some of the other teams. So if Team Gotaga did get wind that this team that they are going up against potentially did go out to the airdrop, they would have to know that they're going to be a little bit of a leg down. But 11 minutes remaining. I will go ahead and mention this and probably mention it a couple more times. All of our games, no matter what map we are playing on, are going to be 18 minutes long. So we're kind of approaching 8 minutes total in this game. And honestly, I was kind of expecting this to be a little bit more aggressive. We've actually only seen one head-to-head 3v3 so far, and a little bit of damage kind of traded outside of that between some of our teams. But yeah, maybe the name of the game is just waiting for some of those airdrops, and I am going to go ahead and get wind that this specific airdrop, the second one coming in, is going to be spawning in that construction site right off to the west of admin. So I feel like this is going to call a lot of teams to this area.
Yeah, I mean, we already have, what, 2 squads occupying the admin area, and now with LFS also now coming through over on towards that western side, they are going to be the team nearest to the airdrop. They most likely would be able to get their hands on it first. But as you said, right, that could be drawing in quite a bit of focus right towards them. So they're going to have to keep their wits about them in the meantime. Looking further down towards the southern side, right? I mean, Alliance, the players from Dark Entity, both squads kind of keeping their distance as well, right? And now it's going to be Alliance, the team that is going to be sitting at the bottom of the log here with regards to the overall assets that they've been able to find in this round. Just double checking that buy extract is still available, as they might have a plan in those later few stages. But of course, the airdrop is going to pop in the next few seconds, and this is exactly the opportunity for LFS now to look to increase the overall bank that they've been able to secure so far in this round.
You can still see that for 2 of our teams in the admin building specifically, so kind of content with how things are going in terms of the position that they've been able to pick up. But LFS are going to have early access to this airdrop. This one's going to be a little bit more loot-based than the other one that we see. And just like that, we're starting to see some of the gold, some of the reds kind of flow into the inventory here. And Champagne Bottle is unfortunately going to be the only red given access here to LFS. But they're going to be pretty happy with that. And I feel like it's important for us to also take a quick look at how all of our teams are kind of doing. Unfortunately for FLC, they are towards that bottom of the leaderboard and have been eliminated. But for Team Alliance, man, in blue, only 300K in profits throughout the first 10 minutes of this Zero Dam. You can see all of our other teams actually making their way into the millions, especially Team Gotaga on the back foot of them picking up those 3 kills, which, by the way, we did kind of notice it. Kills are going to be great in terms of contributing to your squad points on the leaderboard specifically, but they're also great in terms of profit. Every single kill is worth 800,000 alloy, which is why we see them so high up the leaderboard. And as a quick reminder, remember, Dark Entity, these guys here, DE, Uzbishka specifically, were able to pick up that red worth 2 million earlier on, which is why their profits are looking good as well.
Yeah, I mean, so that's interesting to consider that Team Gotaga here, a lot of the profits that they have is purely based on those eliminations, right? 2.4 million of that coming through from those 3 kills that they were able to secure themselves. But now they could be looking to find even more as they are just waiting over on towards that eastern side of admin. They're not going to be looking to move just yet. WLG, though, looking to explore the area as they move up. Do see a few shots connecting through. Out comes Raptor, as there's going to be just scanning out the area. And unfortunately, the door is closed, so not an easy entrance. But there we have it. They know exactly now how to push up onto Gotaga.
Yeah, this is actually on the back foot of that sniper, picking up the knob there, the M82, but Max is going to return the favor onto Cellen specifically. Nox is going to try to get aggressive to go ahead and return another favor, and that's actually going to be Team Gotaga. When they were down in numbers, they were actually winning this thing. They have the advantage. Now it's going to be a 2v1, and Scooby's going to have to be left to make something happen. You can see he is actually on the blender right now, so the reses are going to come in on the back foot of the ultimate. He could potentially play around them. He actually goes ahead and opts for the knock to go ahead and get that kill confirmation, but Team Gotaga, even off of the back foot of Team WLG, getting the opening pick with that Barrett 50 caliber, go ahead and win the 2v3, but they're faced with another 2v3. As you can see, Dark Entities have now entered the admin building. They're trying to make something happen. Unfortunately for Nox, he's going to be under a lot of pressure. Utility is flying in, and so is Fold Ray. He's going to be picking up Nox there, and now the chase is on. Can Max kind of make something happen here? Can he kind of get away from the clutches of Dark Entity?
I mean, this is where Gotaga needs to be very cautious as to how they look to play this. But I like that push coming through from DE. My Dark Entities just absolutely doubling down and trying to play onto a weakened Gotaga. So far, things looking pretty decent, but they still have Shepard in the bag. As we saw, Shepard, even though it is a little bit more of a defensive play, can be used offensively. And just a quick look back at how it all started. Right there was that opening hit coming through from Cellen, but this is where it all turned around as Maxa just trying to hold steady, DE just cleaning it out and forcing Maxa to retreat, to fall back. And again, right, Maxa not moving too far away. As you can see, Gotaga, they still want to try and find additional profit here, but you got to be very selective and not get too greedy.
And take a look at the left side of the screen, right? That leaderboard, the live updating leaderboard for the profits that some of our teams are picking up. I have just been watching the numbers go up and up and up for the team of DE. Remember, they kind of came in late to the party. They were the third party. They were only able to pick up one singular kill there of one of the last remaining members of Team Gotaga. But because they have had access to just so many bodies that have been on the ground over there. Remember, we just kind of saw 5 bodies go down right in front of them. And to boot, right, that Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle. So Dark Entities, they're going to be feeling very, very good. Up to now 7.6 million. You can see in second place right behind them, LFS just on 2.3 million. So pretty much a 5 million alloy lead in this game specifically. But this is where things get difficult. They're going to have access to all 7.6 million of that if all 3 of them are actually able to make it out. And we know that Zero Dam, these last couple of minutes is where it gets very, very chaotic because the flood comes in from all of our teams. They know that this elevator extract, after the switch is pulled, it's like the only way out of the map that you can get every single one of your members kind of out cleanly. So we'll have to see if they can kind of pull it off, or if some of our teams are going to be interested in trying to deny it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with the elevator extract is everybody knows what that pathing is that you're going to look to take to get there, right? They've pretty much come to the summation that nobody is moving up from that major substation. So all the pressure is going to be applied right into the tunnels here. As you can see, team's now looking to get themselves situated. DE on a very defensive position. They want to be able to extract, right, as you said, right? Walk away with that 7.6 mil, because that is going to be the amount of profit that could make round number 2 just that much easier for them. But we do have around about 2.5 minutes left on that extraction clock. And of course, the match is going to be over in 3 minutes, so it might be quite downhill for a lot of our teams, as they might not be able to extract. So I'm expecting someone to try and maybe sneak into that extraction just at the very last moment.
By the way, there's a little bit of a sneaky strategy from, I believe it was Team Alliance. They actually went all the way down to that southern extract near the riverbank and actually went ahead and activated it for all 3 members who actually deny it. Team LFS just went down there and they were like, oh, listen, we'll just take this extract out. But it was actually denied because it had already been used up. But Team Alliance, they didn't actually use the extract. They just activated it for themselves and then they ran up here. So this is why they kind of are potentially catching whim of a team coming in from the south. So now Team LFS are going to have to make something happen. And remember, we still got the solo of Maxa from Team Gotaga trying to make something happen. You can kind of see the absolute collapse from all of our teams. Team LFS, a full team. Team Alliance, still a full team that is outside of the extract specifically. Dark Entities on the back foot of having that 50 caliber sniper rifle are just holding things down on the extract. So what is actually going to happen in these last remaining couple of minutes here, right? Our Team Alliance and Team LFS just going to opt to take this 3v3 and take the win here in terms of maybe, hey, listen, just the kills being worth it? Like, we don't care about the extract?
That does seem to be the play, right? Because there was quite a bit of focus placed on Dark Entities, but now it seems like nobody could be phased. They're like, yeah, that's fine. We'll catch up to them at a later stage, but this could be the opportunity for Alliance to really increase the overall profits that they've got here. Up to 300 it is, but can they find those picks? Can they get the sprays and maybe add an additional 2.3 mil to their overall bank here? I like the sneak approach going through from Easy, just completely flanking LFS as the extraction, or rather distraction coming through from Lynx and Grinders, pulling all their attention, and this could be exactly that strategy now for Alliance to try and capitalize.
Such a great position here for the side of Alliance. So you can see Lynx is probably in the strongest position here, and unfortunately for Evan, he's going to be receiving 9 of that. But Easy has successfully pulled off the flank, but when the opportunity came through for them to kind of land some easy shots, he actually missed all of them. And now Stickinson kind of knows exactly where this player is. He knows he's going to be all alone on the backside trying to make something happen on the flank. Easy, oh my gosh, he is moving left, right, and center, and he's going to be dodging all of the shots kind of off stream. By the way, Maxa was trying to make something happen as the solo. He actually went down, and take a look at this. DE, they just made it out of that elevator extract as a full 3-man unit. But take a look at this now. LFS have flushed out the flank from Easy, and unfortunately he's going to go down, but Grind's trying to make something happen. He does get that return knock on to Impera, but not before Lynx goes down, and there's only 1 second remaining. Nothing left to do. So some kills kind of picked up in the last couple of seconds there on Zero Dam, but we know who the winners of that one are without a doubt.
I mean, it was a very easy extraction actually for DE to get themselves out of that, right? As you mentioned, we did see Maxa trying to do a little bit of something, pushing up, but he got put down and there was no continuation on that effort. But I like the strategy coming through from Alliance here, trying to kind of wrap their way around, trying to sneak in a few more additional kills. Unfortunately, that plan kind of backfired on them.
Yeah, I mean, there was just so much kind of happening throughout. Obviously, Team Gotaga kind of being the staple point for all of the fights going down in admin, but you know, we kind of talked about it multiple times. DE kind of just swooping in as that third party. We're able to just pick up 1 singular kill, but that 1 singular kill netted them all of the loot that was kind of left on the ground. So a great boon there for them, of course. But let's go ahead and take a look at our best team. And to nobody's surprise, it's going to be Team Gotaga. And that's just simply based on the fact that they were able to go ahead and pick up 6 total kills there throughout. The fact that we kind of saw them, you know, almost two full team wipes for these guys here. And take a look at the individual breakdowns as well. Our kill leader from game number 1, it was going to be Nox himself. And yeah, DK kind of walked through some of the alloys that our teams were able to pick up.
Yeah, well, as we can see, one team in particular, as we saw, walking away with quite a bit of that alloy. As you can see, the 7.6 there. But the breakdown as to whom extracted with what. And of course, our second highest tally there is going to be living for success, right? LFS trying to bring in those disruptions right at the very end, contesting a few of the plays. But they were able to pick up those 2 kills, as did the side of Alliance. So you're going to have to try and tally that up with the amount of assets and profit that they were able to walk away with here. But our top killers, of course, no surprise to see Nox being the one to lead the way here. 4 kills going their way. Grind also locking into. So not as heavy of an altercation round as we were expecting potentially to see. But of course, that was the eco, right? Trying to play for as much of that profit as you can find. And as a result, Maxa definitely doing quite a bit of damage here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that Maxa had 1 kill and Nox had 4, but the fact that Maxa is kind of topping the damage charts here for Team Gotaga means that, hey, listen, he was just unfortunate and not picking up some of those last hits. Most of the assists coming in, no surprise there for Team Gotaga across the board. If they as a team are just picking up the most amount of kills, it makes sense that them working together so well is going to net them assists as well. And also cool to kind of see Uzbek pick up 3.3 million. Again, we kind of talked about it. That red painting being worth 2 mil is, of course, going to be a giant boon for them and why they were able to go ahead and pick up so much alloy. But our round 1 MVP here, it's going to be Nox on the back foot of those 4 kills that we talked about. 600 damage, 1 assist, and yeah, only 200k in assets gains that he was able to go ahead and put into the safe box. But again, we know that those kills outside of being able to extract or failure extract are worth 800k a piece. So he actually made himself a lot of money throughout game number 1 there. He's going to be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, of course, if you want to follow up with everything that is happening with regards to Delta Force, be sure to follow us on the socials. You just saw all the links popping up on screen, all the icons, right? So to search it up. But of course, we also do have the new Esports tab that has been added onto the Delta Force website. So if you want to stay up to date with everything Rise series related, be sure to head over and click on that Esports tab. You can see a full breakdown of both sides. But speaking about which, though, we are going to be prepping ourselves for round number 2, and that'll be coming to us on the other side of the break. So see you in a minute.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1.
Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweat!
And Ellis has got to know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's going to be hopping off that.
I'll get you out of here.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find and stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first Mandelbrick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not gonna do very much. Though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There's so much damage in there. It is.
A very clean first round extraction on Zero Dam coming through for the players from Dark Entity. As we are getting ready to take ourselves over to round number 2. Now, Vivid, I'm really excited to see what is going to be happening here, as we do know Mandelbrick coming in alongside those airdrops as we head over onto Brakkesh.
Yeah, super excited to see how this first Mandelbrick goes. But before we kind of discuss how Brakkesh is going to be broken down, let's go ahead and take a look at the overall leaderboard here just after game number 1. So, you know, this isn't going to tell the whole story at the end of the day, of course. But Team Gotaga on the back foot of picking up 6 kills. Again, we talked about it. 1 point for every single kill is got to be the most valuable thing throughout this competition, right? It is the biggest change kind of coming into the Rise series. It puts a giant emphasis on all the kills you were able to pick up. That's why they're on 10 squad points right now and technically leading the pack. Dark Entities, though, because they had such a great game, they were to pick up like upwards of 8 million. So kind of add on to their total stash value there. They've got 7 supply points now. They have 8 squad points. But then we start to see this giant fall off from Team Gotaga and Team Entities to kind of the rest of the leaderboard. And it's just on the back foot of all of those other teams didn't necessarily pick up as many kills as Team Gotaga did, and basically just didn't extract, right? So they didn't really get anything valuable out of that one. But you talked about it, DK. Our map rotation here jumping into round number 2 is, of course, going to be Brakkesh. The airdrop and Mandelbrick are going to be active, but there have been multiple times where I've seen those airdrops just straight up go unlooted because we all know how valuable these Mandelbricks are.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be quite the bit of a focal point here, right? Mandelbrick is going to be the potential opportunity for one team to take us to an early finish. If not, we are going to try to extend that as far as we can. But again, there is a little bit of that ego coming through, right? Airdrop is going to help just kind of boost the team's overall ego that they have to make it all the way through to that round number 4. So Mandelbrick, yes, is going to be a big focal point here. So I'm expecting quite a bit of sweaty play to come through as we head over onto Brakkesh. But that is why we are here. We want to see what the teams can do and who's going to be the one to sit at the top of the board here come end of day. I mean, we did see Team Gotaga definitely leading the charge there with those 6 kills, but they only extracted with 776k or that's at least what they were able to get themselves. And now they have to make a tough decision as to who they're going to look to play moving into round number 2. Because as we know, right, you said it already, this is where things get a little bit more aggressive, right? So we could be looking at something like a little bit of D-Wolf, maybe Shepherd or Uluru coming in here as well for the teams to try and lock down that Brakkesh position.
Yeah, it'd be great to see kind of where the investments are going to lie in terms of some of our operator picks here for some of our teams. Again, we put a lot of value on an operator like Tempest. We don't usually see it on a map like Brakkesh, though, but taking a look at the spawn predictions here. A quick note. There are 3 tiers of spawns kind of denoted when it comes down to Delta Force competitive operations. T1, T2, and T3. Basically, the rule is you cannot get the same tier of spawn in back-to-back games, which is why we can kind of make a prediction. If a team got a tier 1 spawn on Zero Dam, they cannot get a tier 1 spawn again on Brakkesh. You're right, you cannot get the same tier of spawn in back-to-back games. So it kind of adds a little bit of a dynamic. All of these teams know what kind of a tier spawn they got in the game prior, and sometimes we actually see them pick their comps or kind of decide whether or not they want to invest anything into a Mandelbrick game, kind of based around the fact that, hey, listen, if we can't get a T1 spawn, maybe we don't want to invest everything that we possibly have into this first Mandelbrick game. But we'll have to see who ends up getting early access to these T1 spawns here on Brakkesh, which also kind of nets you early access to that Mandelbrick. And kind of jumping into things for Team Alliance, they're going to be opting for a Raptor, Uluru, and Toxic, and it's almost actually the same exact comp, or at least I'm seeing a lot of Ulurus on every single comp across the board. But we talked about those T1 spawns. It's going to be Dark Entities versus Team LFS in the museum.
Ooh, yes, getting right down to business, bringing in the heat early on. As we know, Mandelbrick is a few moments away from being active, and so there is going to be quite a bit of a send heading in that direction. That's exactly why we see the setup heading right into the museum itself. But now, of course, a little bit of that scanning coming through here. As you can see, Raptor really trying to do his thing, gather as much information as possible. The team's definitely opting for a little bit more of an aggressive round, right? They've now swapped out the blue rounds for purple, so things are getting a little bit more serious, and that TTK definitely starting to drop considerably now.
You can see for the side of DE, who are going to be poised up inside of the museum specifically, it's hard for them to actually run out and pick up this Mandelbrick, because of course Team LFS are kind of waiting in the wings. So Team DE are kind of just throwing a lot of their utility onto the Mandelbrick itself to try to go ahead and just straight up deny Team LFS for picking it up. But it actually looks like Team LFS have opted to, instead of play around picking up this first Mandelbrick, they're just kind of hanging out in this building right off to the side and potentially just waiting for some other unsuspecting team to kind of walk up, try to pick up the Mandelbrick themselves, and then I feel like they would net themselves with some free kills. And usually the solution to 2 teams kind of surrounding a Mandelbrick spawn like this would be the likes of like Tempest, because you can kind of just send a smoke and then your Tempest all in, you can kind of pick up the Mandelbrick, and that's how these types of situations are solved. But with no Tempest on the map at all, we might be in for a giant stalemate amongst the entire lobby when it comes down to this Mandelbrick.
Yeah, we might actually see the airdrop getting a little bit more love this time around, right? As everybody's essentially realized that it's going to be a lot more of a risky approach to get their hands on that. But I'm curious to see, especially for FLC, right, how they're going to look to potentially utilize Shepherd when it comes to contesting that Mandelbrick. But now LFS and DE getting right down to business, a little bit of an altercation either which way, as Gotaga are going to try and test the waters, pushing in from that southern side. Look and see if they can gain entry in towards it. But I actually like this position coming through from DE, right? Because if they can't get their hands on that Mandelbrick just yet, they are, of course, currently guarding one of those decoding stations, so they'll have a pretty good idea. And we can see a similar approach coming through for the side of Alliance, right? Also getting themselves situated towards one of those decoding stations. So if they don't get their hands on the Mandelbrick, they do have a bit of a fallback plan.
So we kind of talked about, you know, 4 of our teams that have kind of, no, 5 of our teams that are kind of playing around the Mandelbrick. So who's that 6th team? It's actually going to be FLC. They got a tower spawn. They're all the way to the southern side of the map. And while all these guys are kind of just staring at the walls and waiting for somebody to make a mistake, and again, just making nothing happen. Take a look at the left side of your screen. Up to 900K in profits just on the back foot of them looting the entirety of the tower essentially for free. And usually this is a strategy that we kind of don't necessarily like, because again, mana bricks are how you win these competitions. You got to play around the win condition. But right now, there's no way to win, because so many teams are poised up ready to deny the initial mana brick pickup, that all 5 of these teams that are kind of just waiting in the wings around this specific mana brick are just wasting time. FLC are kind of the only ones making any sort of progress as it currently stands in Brakkesh.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely trying to increase that the profits as best they can, and I mean, they're in that prime position to do exactly that, right? The new Tower of Babel definitely going to allow them quite a bit of an opportunity. As you can see, they're just frantically going around. They've already looted all the safes, and now they're just looking to see if they can get their hands on any potential reds or anything worth a lot over there, as well, nobody's going to look to contest them, at least for the time being. I'm curious to see, though, whether or not they're going to try and maybe lock down that extraction, that solo extraction that we have in the new Tower of Babel. As we know, teams could potentially be looking to keep an eye on that, but for now, yeah, we have that standoff that you were talking about, right? Nobody wanting to take that first step forward to get their hands on the Mandelbrick, but if that eventually does happen, there's going to be quite a bit of chaos ensuing as soon as that Mandelbrick is picked up.
Uh-oh, I think Dark Entities could potentially be trying to make something happen. They threw out a plethora of utility on the back foot, like a Toxic Ult. I saw the Molotovs kind of come through some of the windows towards this building, but nope, they're not going to go ahead and opt to jump onto the Mandelbrick itself. Again, it is so scary. You can kind of see how out in the open you would kind of be, and the loot continues to rain in for FLC down there in the towers. We can see a graphics card being picked up. They're up to 2 million in profits now, by the way, so they're got to be feeling pretty good about this. We did see that airdrop has landed. There are a couple of members of 2 separate teams kind of playing around that right now. We have a couple of members of Team Gotaga that are over there, and a full team of Team Alliance kind of playing around that. So could be a potential fight over there, but we've already actually surpassed 6 minutes in this game. And with the mana brick not being picked up, I think, yeah, the stalemate might be the end result here. We might see Brakkesh go through without a mana brick to code it at all.
Wow, that is going to be a very new one indeed, but you can see quite a bit of a contentious position being played out here over on towards that airdrop. Both squads trying to get their hands on it. Meanwhile, nothing really having changed over here with regards to the Mandelbrick itself. DE still pretty much committed to trying to get their hands on it or die defending that position. LFS even getting close, waiting for an angle. Not really having much to do with the position here. Just trying to trade off a few hits. Always got to watch those window jumps, as there could be quite a bit of a pressure angle being played, but utility getting shared both ways. DE definitely trying hard to get themselves closer and closer onto anything worth Mandelbrick potentially. But so far, everybody just exchanging a lot of ammunition across the way.
And finally, we see kind of something happen around the map. It's going to be Team Alliance jumping onto this airdrop. They were able to go ahead and push off the likes of Team Gotaga's remaining members. So that is going to be giving them access to a 50 BMG and all of the ammo. Could that sniper potentially be the thing that is required to kind of turn the tides over here towards this mana break? As, again, now that Team Gotaga are not over there towards that supply drop, they've kind of returned to this strong position, front facing on the airdrop specifically. And oh my gosh, we mentioned it, that 50 BMG picked up could be the thing that turns the tides. Easy immediately finds value with this sniper rifle, and that's going to be Stickinson going down. This is on Team LFS, who have been kind of holed up inside of this building since the start of the game, but now they're down to just 2 members, and they have to face off against a hungry Team Alliance.
Yeah, they are coming. The dinner bells are ringing. They are going to try and full send it here. As you can see, Easy now just trying to get himself stacked up and ready to go. But again, aside from LFS, you're still going to keep a very close eye on DE, as they have not really moved an inch from where we've been looking at them for the past few minutes. But the opportunity is starting to present itself, as the Lions are going to look to try and push forward really getting their hands on a little bit of chaos, a little bit of carnage, but can they now find what they need? You can hear those Luru rockets just going off in the background, making things quite difficult. Or was that the helicopter overhead? Either which way, explosions are going to try and keep any kind of a push at bay. Yes, it does sound like it is the attack helicopter really keeping everybody inside now.
Yeah, I mean, that helicopter making so much noise changes the dynamic of these fights. Because again, yeah, you pretty much can't hear anything. It's so loud that you feel a little bit less confident in your ability to take some of these fights because you basically can't hear what your enemies are doing. Some of those missiles are kind of raining down. But for the last two remaining members of Team LFS, it looks like, by the way, for anybody at home, that the three-man team of Team Alliance, after they did get that knock, it looks like they're so close to Team LFS. But to actually have access to that building, they would have to, again, approach that building. There's no immediate access from the building that they are currently in to the building that Team LFS is currently in. So something to kind of think about. But we have made it through halfway of Brakkesh, just about, right? 8 minutes has surpassed. And by the way, kind of the marker that we'll be kind of looking at here is the 4-minute mark, because that first initial decode takes 4 minutes. So we could almost guarantee that if we do go ahead and surpass like the 4-minute mark, then I don't think anybody is going to go ahead and decode this brick. That's kind of how it has looked since the start of the game, because these teams are just interested in denying it. But oh my gosh, on the back foot of all of the utility landed at the same exact time, Ubishka is actually going to find one of the last remaining members of Team LFS. That's going to be Impero, who's going to be jumping down. But take a look at this. Full rate from Team DE has jumped out onto the Mandelbrick, and it is just a smoke right now that is kind of keeping him alive. But that's going to fade shortly. And it does. It fades. And now Full Rate is kind of stuck out there in the middle of no man's land between like 4 teams trying to stay alive.
Well, it's going to be absolute carnage here as Alliance also look to move on through. It is going to be DE just pulling up the Mandelbrick, but now comes the Sweaty Bird as they are quickly just dipping back into the building that they've been locking down for so long. They are going to start that decoding process, and this is where all the carnage will ensue as, well, the teams now actually have something to focus on, right? They don't have to find themselves just staring at the opposition. It is going to be go time, and yes, you said, right, that first decoding is going to take 4 minutes, so I'm not quite sure if it is going to be able to change hands enough times or if anybody's going to make it out. But beautiful hits, though, from Easy, as you said, right? Starting off the carnage here.
And the full wipe did come in as we kind of watched the Mandelbrick get picked up. Finally, Team Alliance decided to go ahead and push as they got wind that side of LFS just had 1 single member remaining. So that finally gave them the confidence. But the confidence was not only on the side of Alliance, it was on the side of DE as well, as they finally went ahead and poised up, picked up that Mandelbrick. And you can take a look at the map on the right side of your screen with only 3 minutes remaining before this Mandelbrick is decoded. All of our teams have to start surrounding the museum and trying to make something happen. Let's go ahead and talk about the composition that Team DE actually have to go ahead and defend this Mandelbrick. The Alluru, the Molotovs from him specifically, are going to do great. The blinding smokes from Toxic and her ultimate is also going to be great at preventing steals. And then also those EMPs from Raptor also going to be able to go ahead and deny stealing that Mandelbrick. So there's actually a lot of utility on the side of DE to go ahead and delay out the stealing of some of this Mandelbrick. So as this clock starts to dwindle, I'm starting to favor DE at holding this Mandelbrick more and more.
Yeah, well, the defensive position is going to be fully put to the test here. And, I mean, sometimes a good defense is a really strong offense. As we've already been talking about the loadout that they've got. Right now is going to be the time to shine. As you can see, Alliance also having a very similar loadout here. So both squads on the very same kind of footing as they are going to be looking to push on through. Ooh, a little bit of that Toxic play now coming into the swing of things. Alliance trying frantically to get it, but those mollies just so difficult to avoid. The flames, once they start spreading, it's difficult to kind of dodge. But now, right, it's Gotaga also opting to try and push in from the north side, and this is DE fully put to the test.
Vlad there almost making a little bit of a mistake, kind of jumps onto that lift, and the Molotov almost took him out exclusively. But yeah, Team Dark Entities right now, they're actually getting surrounded by every single angle that you can actually approach this decoding station from. So they are under a lot of pressure, and they've actually been forced to throw a lot of that utility that I was talking about. So the fact that all three teams have kind of flushed out all of that utility makes this steal onto the decoding station actually possible. So we'll have to see if any of our teams are brave enough to go ahead and jump onto that decoding station. But you can see the absolute trade, the carnage that is kind of ensuing with the back and forth of all of the utility. 1 minute remains before Team Dark Entities go ahead and steal away this first mana break. But look at this. Team Gotaga, they actually take the lift up. They've gained full access to this balcony and this little bit of a side room. And now Team DE have pretty much nowhere to go.
Well, CQB now being the name of the game here. Full flavor coming through. DE down to a 2-piece as they are going to try and get their numbers back up to continue with the defense, but it's going to be too late as WLG has stolen it away. Now starting the decoding process all over again, and time is going to be running out. There's only 20 seconds between the decode and the end of this round, so there is so much pressure riding on everybody's shoulders here. But of course, right, you want to try and keep that focus up. Alliance already capitalizing on the profits up to 2.9. Can they find more? It does seem like they are opting for aggression as the decode gets disrupted again. And now it's going to change hands once more.
By the way, two separate teams tried the same exact thing. Team Gotaga and Team WLG tried to push the balcony. They heard the reses coming out from Team DE. They were like, oh my gosh, there's only 2 members remaining. Somehow, some way, take a look at this. The res comes through, and DE are still a full roster. WLG and Team Gotaga both got wiped amongst all of the chaos. And because Team WLG were the ones decoding the mana brick, it has been interrupted. Nobody currently has control over the mana brick, and we're left with just 3 teams remaining. DE, FLC, and Alliance.
Oh, and this is where things now look absolutely horrible for the side of DE. Their profits have dropped down to 0. They've been working so hard on defending that Mandelbrick, but up comes the rest of FLC, though, looking to push forward. They know the Mandelbrick is somewhere in here. They can see exactly where it currently is situated. But this is where now the loot has to come on through.
No.
They are going to be finding themselves a quick little bit of a trade there over onto the side of Alliance. And this could be that turning point, right? Alliance looking pretty good with the bank, but are they going to be able to survive? FLC also now looking to contest.
Yeah, I mean, they jumped onto the mana break, but take a look at the decoding timer. There's 3 minutes on that decode. There's only 2 minutes left in this game entirely. So unless a couple of steals come in the next 30 seconds, yeah, nobody's going to go ahead and pick up this mana break. So it's just going to be all about what you can actually get out of this game with specifically. It's pretty much just going to come down to value in kills because nobody's going to be able to extract because obviously there's only less than 2 minutes remaining. So those kills towards the leaderboard, towards, you know, 800K a piece, that's going to be the only value any of these last 3 remaining teams are going to be able to find. And I'm a little bit worried for a team like DE. I mean, they've been in the mix the entire time, so much so that there is a 0 for them in the column of profits. They have essentially made nothing happen outside of those 5 kills, which, by the way, I didn't even realize they had 5. That is an incredibly important note right there.
Ooh. Well, and just like that, they jump up to a mill.
Yeah, they're starting to loot.
Almost instantly managing to gain a little bit of that extra profit. But of course, speaking about which, we do have that extra airdrop that is currently being looted as well. Now there's going to be chaos and carnage here on the side of DE as they try to defend, but FLC applying so much pressure as they too try to send it on forward. Oh, look at the hits though, that Shepherd play, the ult being absolutely disastrous now as DE gets swept on out of here, out they go, and not a single bit of profit to show for this round.
Yeah, of course, we didn't know they're going to get value and some of the alloys rewarded from some of the kills they were able to pick up, which they did go ahead and pick up a lot. But I mean, DE just kind of played from that balcony. They fended off so many teams, but unfortunately for them, after the push came in from FLC, they faltered, they went down. We are seeing one of the members of Team Alliance. This is going to be easy, making it out of backpack. So remember, at M82, that Barrett 50 cal, they're going to have that to use in some of the following matches. But our timer has hit 0. Brakkesh, somehow, some way, we make it through without a decoded Mandelbrick. I am not entirely sure when's the last time. I don't know if I've ever seen that happen. Very, very rare for us to go through some of these Mandelbrick rounds without any one of our teams kind of securing it. And it was just based around the fact that that initial Mandelbrick spawn, man, it was on lockdown. It was pretty much the game plan for so many of our teams that it took so long. Just wasn't enough time remaining for our teams to actually have a well thought out battle around that decoding station. But a battle was had. The kills were found. Some loot was found as well, but a lot of failed extracts there on Brakkesh.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty tough day, especially looking at how this Brakkesh now turned out. And of course, this is where they're going to have to hope that they were able to find themselves enough kills in that past game to still have a good bit of ego coming their way. But speaking about our best team, though, it is going to be Dark Entities walking away with 5 kills and almost 1,500 damage being secured as well.
Yeah, crazy numbers here for these guys. Again, they did a great job of fending off a lot of the pushes there that were kind of coming their way. Again, a lot of it was on the back of them having a member down. So incredible effort there. You can see Ubishka picking up 3 of the kills there for DE. Full rate picking up 2 as well. But FLC also tied things up in terms of having the most kills for teams specifically. And that's on the back foot of Jax. I mean, he picked up 4. So an incredible performance there. But the breadwinners, Team Alliance, just on the back foot of having a single member extract via the backpack extract on Brakkesh, able to pick up a total of 2.6 million. Easy himself with 1.6 of that. And let's take a look at the top kills here. Yeah, we kind of broke it down already. Jax with 4, Ushbishka with 3, and then Full Rate with 2. Kind of your kill leaders on Brakkesh.
Yeah, some pretty heavy bits of work being done here, but of course you can see the damage also being pretty consistent, right? Not necessarily the same players who were able to get those kills walking away with the damage there, but Avishka definitely doing quite a bit of work there as we now take a look over onto our top assisters here who kind of contributed to the carnage and chaos we saw. But the big earners here is going to be easy from Alliance walking out, or rather extracting with that 1.6 mil, so that definitely is going to help the team moving forward. But our MVP is going to be none other than Jax coming through from the side there of FLC, picking up those 4 kills, a decent chunk of damage, but also, you know, a good amount of assets being gained in this round. So this is where we get to kind of see how all of that now starts to build up, right? As we know, eager rounds are pretty tough with the addition of the Mandelbrick that we saw now in Brakkesh as well. The team's not really being sure what play to make, right? Are they going to go for eco? Are they going to go for the extraction? Sometimes they try and choose both.
Yeah, no worry. Listen, if you guys are interested in kind of joining all of the action, you saw it right there. PlayDeltaForce.com. Kind of download it for yourselves. Available on all platforms. And listen, a lot of action to kind of be had on a game like Delta Force. It's my favorite game right now. Please go ahead and give it a try. It's free. But for that being said, DK, we got to go ahead and give our players, give ourselves a moment to rest after all the chaos on Brakkesh. So before we jump into game number 3, we're going to take a short break.
Smoke hands over Asera. The situation's reaching a breaking point. Time to bring in the experts. Team Rainbow has touched down in Asera. New ground? Not sure where to start? Search containers. Grab high-value loot.
I hear when I can, stop threats when I must.
Take down anyone in your way. Heavy fire, raise your shield, and hold the line. Don't forget your tactical gear. The gripple gun.
Enemy here!
Taking fire? Pull out the Hive Tac pistol. Patch yourself up. Keep your squad in the fight.
Call if you need a hand.
Outnumbered? Drop the jammer.
말보다는 행동이지.
Go dark. Strike first.
I've seen real horror.
Looks like they were waiting for us. No pressure. Trust your aim. Learn the map. Stay with your squad. Team Rainbow brings tactics built for close calls in Delta Force. That means sharper plays, smarter fights, and operator-on-operator mind games. All right, it's go time. Extract safely, and everything you learn comes with you. New operation, new look. During the event, Noxus Vigil Bundle, Geneva's Montaigne Bundle, and Stinger Stock Bundle. Pick any 2 of the 3 operator bundles for free. More collab rewards awaiting. Open an Alpha pack and try your luck. In Asera, the right weapon can turn the tide. Black Eyes, one of Rainbow Six Siege's most iconic weapon appearances, gets a new Delta Force take. Complete event missions and choose one of 2 Black Eyes collab bundles for free. Join the event to claim the MP5 submachine gun Black Eyes, plus more rewards. Wait, what's this? Team Rainbow left something behind in Asera? A collectible drone you can deploy. Deploy it and see what you can uncover. July 10th to July 23rd, play to earn the K437 assault rifle Domineering. Looks like we're fully loaded for this operation. That's the full rundown on the Delta Force Rainbow Six Siege collaboration. Remember the rules: sharp aim, map knowledge, and teamwork. The mission: bridge in, extract out.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit the brick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not gonna do very much though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Oh, much damage, and there it is.
Vivid, round 2 had so much back and forth, but unfortunately not the kind of back and forth that we were expecting, right? It was instead all the fights breaking out between the players as they were trying to get their hands on that very sought-after Mandelbrick. But as we saw, nobody really getting the opportunity to extract with it.
Yeah, no worries for any of our teams here, right? The Mandelbrick round probably not going the way that they would have wanted. As you can take a look at the leaderboard here, Dark Entities holding strong up towards that #1 spot. 14 total squad points, and we're actually tied in terms of kill points with Team Gotaga, but it's going to be the supply points kind of making the difference right there. They've got 8. Team Gotaga only has 3. So a 5-point lead, and actually we're kind of tied for second place right here. As you can see, Team Gotaga and Team FLC both kind of sharing 9 total squad points. But that column, that Mandelbrick column, is empty. None of our teams kind of picking one up there. And like I was mentioning, don't worry about it, right? These guys, it didn't go the way that they kind of wanted it to. So we have an opportunity for our teams ourselves to kind of take a break from the chaotic Mandelbrick rounds and jump into a map like Tide Prison. Again, another opportunity for our teams to go ahead and pick up some loot, pick up some economy, pick up some of those great weapons we kind of see drop out of those airdrops. And listen, we're going to be taking a look at the operator picks here for a lot of our teams. We have seen a theme on a map like Tide Prison, and it's all about Nox, man. It's pretty much the staple of a lot of the comps of the game plan for a lot of our teams coming into just a sneaky, creepy, silent map like Tide Prison.
I mean, yeah, Nox, I think Nox is probably the best choice for the map of Tide Prison, right? Because you have a lot of that indoor flanking that you can capitalize on, especially with his ult coming through. So expect a lot of upsets to potentially be happening. But I think outside of Nox, we could maybe be seeing a little bit of that Gizmo play coming through, as well as Hacklaw, right? The ulti, therefore Hacklaw also being really helpful when it comes to figuring out exactly where players are, especially on a map as a kind of shrouded in confusion as we have over on Tide Prison.
Absolutely. And yeah, I kind of actually made that point about the Hacklaw. I was expecting to see so many Hacklaws on a map like Tide Prison, but the last scrim that we watched, I think there was only one amongst all of our teams. So it was very, very crazy. Take a look at the previous spawns on Brakkesh here. We can see the T1 spawns were kind of alluded to Team LFS and DE. So when it comes down to Tide Prison, they cannot be getting back-to-back T1 spawns, so they're going to be forced over the T2 or potentially T3. But teams like Team WLG and Alliance up there on Brakkesh picking up those T3 spawns. It's a little bit of a bittersweet thing when you get that T3 spawn, because you're like, oh man, you know what I mean? We're so far away from all of the action. But then the following map, right, you should have access to at least a T2 or a T1 spawn. So take a look at the spawn predictions here. We also know that those kind of T1 spawns on a map like Tide Prison are actually very, very close to one another. They actually are a part of the couple of teams that make their way towards the Warden area pretty consistently. It's usually the two teams that kind of go head to head early on. So keep a close eye on who actually picks up some of those spawns closest to the Warden's office.
I think outside of that, the T2 spawns, right? We could be looking at either of those squads also going for an early engagement, right? Getting into a bit of a tussle right off spawn. So expecting a few potential upsets maybe to come through in the early stages of it here. But as we know, this is going to be another eco round. In fact, it is the last eco round. So whatever the squads can't lock in for this one, they're just going to have to settle with it, right? Because after Tide Prison, we are heading over onto Space City, and that is where things are going to look to take a whole different shift up. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to look to pace through this one. Of course, we'll get a look at exactly what choices they've made with regards to those loadouts, right? Which operators have they decided to go for? But we've been seeing some cool skins coming through with that, with the crossover coming through in as well, right? That Nox skin, that thing to me just looks amazing. I'm working really hard to get my hands on one of those Nox skins.
Yeah, absolutely. Love some of the skins that are kind of featured in this game recently, kind of coming out just over the past couple of hours. That Black Ice skin as well, kind of joining the armory here. Love that. But yeah, for some of our teams here, man, an absolute reset to a map like Tide Prison, an opportunity to pick as much as you can before we do jump over to Space City, where we will see a Mandelbrick for every single one of the rest of the games once we do kind of jump over to Space City, which, listen, that's when all of the fun starts to happen. We get to see back-to-back Space Cities. And if we make it all the way to game at number 7, the potential to go back to Brakkesh or follow that up with another Space City kind of based around what the team in last place decides to go ahead and pick. None of our teams want to be in last place, though, at any point in this competition. As a reminder, this is the Rise Series. We're in the group stage. How you finish today and every other time over the next 4 weeks will kind of seed you, whether or not you go directly into the finals or you have to fight through the gauntlet of some of those survival rounds in week number 5. At the end of these 5 weeks, $60,000 for the team in first place. So it makes these games, these matches on a map like Tide Prison, potentially the difference maker when everything is all said and done. So it puts a giant exclamation point on the performances here to make sure all of our teams try their best.
Well, try is all they can do at this point, right? They're going to have to just do their absolute best. But speaking about which, though, I'm curious to see at which point we are going to have a little bit of that Morse action come through. Of course, we are playing on Season Echo, and ooh, okay, it does seem like we could have Morse indeed stepping right here into Tide Prison for a lot of our squads.
Yeah, no surprise. Seeing, again, a little bit of a lack of the hack clause. I feel like the meta here on the map like Tide Prison has kind of shifted. We do see some of our teams featuring a Nox. In fact, Alliance and Team Gotaga have actually went ahead and picked up 2 Noxes, so utilizing both of them out of their operator pool for this one. But a little bit of a weird rotation, one that we don't see necessarily too often. We have seen it before in the past, though. Team Gotaga kind of go outside. They take that giant zip up kind of next to where they did spawn, and now they're going to be poised up on these rocks. There's a couple of things you can kind of do from these rocks up here. You can wait for some of the airdrops to kind of come down. One does spawn on the outside, or they can kind of jump down into the water, which it looks like they are going to do, and you can kind of creep over into this unloading area, potentially get some flanks on some of the Warden teams. And actually, mentioning Warden teams, take a look at this. The southern side of the building itself, where that safe is located and where Warden is typically located, not a single team has opted to go ahead and try to secure what many would consider the best looting spot on the map.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how these teams are going about their positions here. But, you know, looking at Alliance and Gotaga, right, looking at the operator choice that they've decided to go for there, it almost seems like they're trying to set up for a bit of a knock-knock joke, right? This is, however, not going to pan out because I'm not quite sure what knock-knock joke you can come up with the double knocks. But interesting setup indeed. You were talking about that water a few moments ago as well. Always got to watch out for those sharks that could be lurking. But now teams are trying to find a bit of a way to get themselves much closer. FLC, though, is going to be the first team for that full Warden rush, as they are, well, there's nobody to contest them.
Bunch of reds coming in here, right? All of our teams kind of just taking a passive approach, just picking up all the loot they possibly can. DE, they're going to be picking up the red coffee beans, 300k. Saloa from FLC, gold bar in hand. Again, 300k there as well. So us, we go ahead and allot all of our teams a moment here to loot. This play from Team Alliance is sneaking. They are hiding behind the key card room right there down in Bio. Kind of waiting to see if any of our teams opt to go ahead and swipe that door in front of them and try to loot everything that's going to be down there. But I'm taking a look at the map that I have on the side here, and we did see that Team LFS was above them, right? They were using their more assault to try to see if they could sniff out Alliance at all. They've actually opted to go ahead and retreat away from that area. So Alliance are kind of left all on their lonesome underneath in that key card, and kind of on their lonesome is the motto for all of our teams actually around the map. I mean, we're pretty separated as it currently stands.
Yeah, again, it does seem like our teams are really changing up the dynamic here. Nobody taking the approach that we were expecting to see happen. But of course, that is only the initial phase of this round. So let's see if potentially this could develop into something a lot more sweaty. Taking a look at the faces of FLC here, they are pretty much locked in, right? They are ready for business. You can see there's not much currently looking to phase them just yet, but as they explore further and further through this round, we could see a few more reds coming their way. And I think this is the nice thing, and this is also what Goj pointed out, is we can actually see the reds from this observer perspective.
Yeah, we did see that premium vest repair he picked up. Love finding those things around on the map. Obviously, that red vest repair, it's so nice to kind of have access to one of those because it does repair so much. And Team FLC, they did go ahead and dip their toes into the Warden's office. They went ahead and picked up all the loot. So now they're going to be interested in trying to make something happen around the map. You can see the great thing about Morris himself is that, yeah, he kind of puts down his ultimate, and it does reveal whether or not there is anybody in that kind of detection area you can kind of see on the map. It lets you know how many operators specifically are on the map in that radius. And oh my gosh, listen, the very well sought after Dyson vacuum cleaner there from Impera. That is a red that has eluded me personally on my endeavors in Delta Force. So I am currently seeping with envy right now. Man, I am jealous.
It makes two of us. I've also not yet had the opportunity to run around with a vacuum cleaner. But let's see what Easy can do here as he makes it look so easy, taking down the machine gunner there. Of course, the nice addition is that extra loot that the special characters or the special scavs can have, right? So I get to see how this is going to pan out. If anybody's going to maybe snag something crazy. I'm curious though, do we have the Heart of the Ocean, or do we have that on? Do you think it's in esports? Have you seen it?
I've never seen a Heart of Africa. I've never seen a pro kind of pulled in the competitive side of things. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just straight up not in, because if you were lucky enough to find one of those, I mean, how great would you be feeling in terms of economy, right? Just tens of millions. Wow. Take a look at this, man. Team DE opted to go ahead and sit in this little conference room, which, by the way, there's a small safe usually over here. And I would almost bet that they haven't opened it. And they're kind of hoping that it kind of reels somebody in, right? Until they're open and loving arms here. But it's kind of the play for a lot of our teams. I mean, we kind of talked about it. Obviously, DE are doing it. Alliance were doing something similar. It didn't necessarily pan out for Team Alliance, as ever since we kind of saw them earlier on when they were just kind of poised up in bio, that keycard room. They've actually kind of moved around, but again, they've actually just repositioned straight up. You can see Team Alliance, all three of their circles, 1, 2, and 3, they're straight up not moving right now. So they're just waiting in the wings as well for an unsuspecting team. But we have made it through 7 minutes so far of Tide Prison. And aside from there being an absolute lack of shots from player to player, right? There have been no exchanges. I don't even know if a player has seen another player so far on Tide Prison. I mean, yeah, some utility has kind of been exchanged through some of the walls with Morris, but outside of that, man, it has just been a looting simulator with Team LFS coming out on top, just on the back foot of the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, all they got to do now is just continue to suck it up, right? But they got to clean it up as well. So they've actually, to some extent, created a bit of an expectation here. Can they make it out of this round with the vacuum cleaner in tow? We'll find out soon. But as you said, we are looking at a looting simulator for the time being. And LFS, though, they're doing a pretty good job, almost sitting on 4 million. But Maxa is getting a little bit closer onto Dark Entities here, as we could maybe look at some surprise plays starting to come through, as the guns are just going all over the place, trying to relay as much information as they can. I mean, we can hear those scavs going off in the background, but we want to see the players actually being the ones firing the shots.
And remember when we mentioned kind of Team Gotaga taking that initial position up here on the rocks early on? Mention it, yeah, that airdrop is eventually going to come down on the outside, and finally takes quite some time on Tide Prison for that first airdrop to come down, because there's actually only one that falls from the sky. The other one is rewarded via one of the contracts around on the map. So it's taking some time, but Team Gotaga kind of stuck it out. They were still in the area, so that's going to be Team Gotaga. Vlad specifically investing his position towards picking up that airdrop, so we'll have to see what he's able to go ahead and pick up. But Team Alliance are kind of moving around the map. LFS are kind of moving around the map. And again, every single time that we see some of these teams moving around the map, it's just on the back foot of their Morrisalt being available, right? They kind of put it down. They realize that there's 0 operators in front of them, and that is the only time we have really seen any of the rotations happen. Let's take a look at what is actually rewarded from this airdrop.
So far, it's looking pretty decent. A few golds coming through. Ooh, there we go. A nice bit of red action as well. And that military ballistic computer. I mean, it is handy to have, but it's not worth all too much. But at the end of the day, it all contributes to the overall profits that they are going to be having secured in this round. Now, Gotaga, they have a bit of a task ahead of them. Still having the players from Dark Entities, we can see on the map here, not too far away from them. But of course, there are multiple layers to Tide Prison, right? So all is not as close as it appears. But it does seem like FLC and Alliance are going to be keeping a very close eye on each other. And we could maybe potentially even have FLS or LFS bumping into Gotaga, as both teams are really close to each other there. And as far as we saw, one of them was outside.
A little bit deceptive when you do look at the map, because Tide Prison has so many layers and levels to it. It looks like a team's going to be right on top of one another, but as you can see, Team LFS are actually all the way on the outside, so they're going to be safe for now. And by the way, top right of your screen, we did see Warden was taken out not too long ago, and Raven has as well, both of which came at the hands of just some of the scavs. So none of our players actually going to be taking out those two bosses. Yeah, I mean, listen, we're down to 7 minutes remaining, and again, I mentioned it like 3 minutes ago. Ooh, hold that thought. WLG finding that infantry vehicle, 1.3 mil, 2x3. That'll of course fit in the 3x3 safe box. But yeah, man, just still nothing has been exchanged. What's going to be kind of the game plan? I mean, we saw it, Team LFS. You got to favor them as it currently stands, because obviously they have the most amount of profits. Again, they've been finding the reds, they've been around the map looting, but their position specifically, we just talked about it. They're outside, they're up on the rocks. Those rocks specifically look over the static extract on the map of Tide Prison. That's that helicopter pad on the south side of the map. Now that doesn't actually activate. You're not able to take that until there's like 2 or 3 minutes left in the game itself. So still some time before that one actually becomes active, but with LFS kind of early and poised up to have control over it, I would kind of favor them as it currently stands to be one of our teams to make it out. But oh my gosh, we finally have a fight. It's going to be Team DE. Remember, this was the team of 3 hiding in that conference room, waiting for a team to kind of walk in. They haven't made a noise in like 10 minutes, and they're finally rewarded with it. Unfortunately, Team Gotaga, they're going to be the ones receiving end of this, and it's going to be Vlad down and out in the open.
Oh. Well, it does seem like the patience here from Dark Entity eventually starting to turn into something, as they are now up to 20 million in their total assets. Looking pretty decent on that front. It does seem like the meeting eventually getting to some kind of a conclusion here, as Vlad not going to be able to get picked up just yet. His squad mates keeping a very wide position there. Nox also kind of keeping his distance, right? I mean, we can't even see Nox on this mini-map over on the side, but we do have Nox on that far southern position. Quick look back at how Vlad was popped. And there we got it. Quick reactions coming through from full rate here. But look at Nox. You can see him over on that right-hand side, just inching his way up, trying to creep into position, but it's very slow going here today.
It was actually super funny. We were taking a look at the kill that came through from the side of DE. We looked at like a replay. Then we came back to live, and I was like, "Whoa, did we freeze on the replay?" No, it was just the player returned to the exact same spot that we just saw in the replay. So my mind got a little bit jumbled right there. I was like, "What's going on?" But our player's just not moving at all. Makes things a little bit tricky to kind of deal with. We do get an opportunity to take a look at the total assets, right? What the stash values are looking like in its entirety. Team DE all the way up to 21 million in it. Potentially Team LFS, again, so many layers to this map. Whether or not they have an actual angle onto Team Gotaga right there, don't think that they actually do. But again, this is a team that I kind of favored to make their way towards the extract on the southern side of the map. Again, we kind of saw that pop-up come through, that it was activated, but the extract actually activates, and then it's like another like 2 minutes before you're actually able to take it. So now we can see in the center of your screen, 1 minute until that one actually is able to be taken. And I'm not going to lie, if you would have asked me 5 minutes ago whether or not the switch would have been pulled for one of the pipeline extract on this map, I would have without a doubt said no. But somehow it is pulled. But take a look at this now. Team D are faced with a little bit of a struggle. They have to leave that room that they have been kind of caved up in for the past 10 minutes, and Team Gotaga are not happy about it. Remember, that's the team that they lost a member to these guys. So yeah, it's just a duo, but with the potential to go ahead and deny the rotate out, Team DE are not going to be feeling good about that one.
Yeah, well, I mean, LFS, though, they are going to be feeling quite comfortable here. The only thing that they have to worry about at this point is sharks. That's the only thing trying to keep them from getting onto that extraction, as we do have just over 3 minutes left on the clock here. But it's going to be the fight now erupting between FLC and Alliance here. Both teams getting into a bit of a push. The emergency bells are ringing. You can see Easy just patiently awaiting the spray, but unfortunately not going to be able to walk away from that one in one piece. Now it's up to Grind to see if Alliance can still walk away with something in this round. And again, there's a big opportunity to try and capitalize. But LFS, though, having a very successful extraction. As you was talking about them earlier, saying that, you know, this is kind of the team to keep an eye on here. Is we're going to be putting our eggs in their basket, but, well, who's not going to be having anything left in their basket potentially could maybe be Dark Entities here.
Yeah, but a third party actually come in is potentially the saving grace for the side of DE here. WLG have finally decided to join the fray. They're going to be the third party picking up Maxa now. So unfortunately for the side of Team Gotaga, they are left in a similar situation as is Grind. Just a solo remaining now for two of our teams, with only 2 remaining full 3-man rosters, FLC and WLG. What is actually going to happen? And by the way, that pipeline extract that is going off, right? One that was pulled, that switch. It's going off on the northeast side of the map, top right. So Team FLC, where they just kind of had that fight go down, they're going to be having early access to that extract. And Team WLG, again, third party in tow. They're able to pick up the last remaining member of Team Gotaga right now, but now the information is in, right? They're kind of trying to get their wits about them, read the situation here, and I think they know exactly where the last 2 members of Team Dark Entities are currently hiding. But Alliance Grind, could he play a spoiler here? Could he play a similar role that Team WLG just played onto the likes of Team Gotaga, the flank from the solo? Gotta be careful. No way.
Grind now just trying everything he can here to be motionless, but unfortunately, he's going to have to go swim with the fishes as he gets taken right on down. But this is now going to be go time for WLG. They've cleared out all the pressure coming in from outside. They have to now focus on this conference room if they want to get that jump on towards D. As you can see, Flourish now just keeping the position locked down. Out comes the ult. They know exactly where WLG is going to try and push from. And this is going to make things quite risky for WLG, right? Will they be bold enough to dare venture forward? It does seem like the answer is potentially yes.
So a lot of work to be done, but take a look at the timer. I mean, 40 seconds remaining for both these teams to kind of make something happen. It's going to be all about the kills here, but Scooby is tired of waiting. He jumps in, he takes out Ubishka, and now Fleric has it all to do, but on the back foot of healing, he's got nothing in the chamber. No bullets left in the magazine either. He stands up, he's ready to take on the world, but with no bullets left for him to kind of work with, he's going to be going down. That's going to be WLG picking up a plethora of kills, and whilst all of that was happening, FLC safely made their way over to the extract. Crazy as it is, Tide Prison, we have actually seen 2 full teams make it out of this map. FLS and FLC there make it out alive. That is going to be great for them in terms of all the loot that they are able to pick up on a map like Tide Prison. But again, we put a lot of value on the kills. I'm interested to kind of see which one of our teams was able to pick up the most.
Yeah, I mean, again, a very surprising turnout coming through here, and it's also not too often that we see 2 teams being able to get those extractions secured. So, yeah, a lot of effort being put through, but also quite a few fights eventually erupting towards the end of the game here. So, yeah, a lot of excitement definitely being brought to the forefront here. It is going to be WLG being our best team this time around. 5 operator kills, and of course, gaining 2.3 mil when it comes to the overall assets that they were able to lock in for round 3. Tide Prison, though, yeah, again, a very surprising turn of events. At least we did see some good reds being brought to the forefront.
Absolutely, and yeah, on the back foot of finding all of those reds, we actually see a tie for the most amount of assets taken out by a couple of our teams here. And to no surprise, it's going to be the two teams that were able to make it out with the whole roster. FLC 3.9 million tied up over there with LFS 3.9 million as well. But with FLC actually picking up some of the kills there, they're going to be feeling a little bit better. Take a look at our top killers there. It's going to be WLG, Scooby, and Oko up there in first and second place. 3 kills for Scooby and 2 for Oko right there. But take a look at the top damage dealer. Remember when we were kind of taking a look at the top damage dealers in some of our other games? It was upwards of like 600, 700, 800. Now we're down to just a couple of hundred, 400, 300, and 200 for our top 3 damage dealers there. Just kind of speaks to how passive this one was.
Yeah, definitely quite passive indeed. As you can see, even the assists, right? Only 1. That is it. That is the highest number that we've been able to see. But when it comes to the assets earned, this is where things take a slight bit of a turn. As you can see, Kobe walking away with that 1.7 mil. We can see Imperator picking up a 1.5, and of course Arco on a 1.4. But it is going to be Scooby doing the most here for WLG, walking away with 3 operator kills, a decent chunk of damage, as well as a little bit of assets, right? Just a little bit of assets being secured. 460k, it's not a lot in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, they're going to be feeling pretty good from the side of WLG, especially with them kind of finally joining the action towards the end of that one. As we do get a quick look at some of our socials down there, make sure you guys follow, download Delta Force every which way, any which way you want to, available on all platforms. But yeah, Tide Prison, it was a crazy one. This is exactly what we talked about, DK, right? Tide Prison kind of acts as this little moment for us to go ahead and relax before we jump into all the chaos of the Mandelbrick rounds on Space City. But on the back foot of the little bit of a break that we saw on Tide Prison, why don't we take a little bit of a short break before we do jump into all of those Mandelbrick rounds? We'll be right back.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that, it's an absolute sweat! This... And LG's gotta know that they're here, lines them up, even through the shot, you're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's gonna be hopping off to that.
So my name is Vladede and I'm the in-game leader of the God team, and I'm playing like mocking character like Gizmo or Toxic. Before playing Valorant, but I didn't took any more fun playing it, so I decided to try Delta Force because it was a new game and I fall in love on this game because it was like a dynamic tactical shooters, so everything that I love in a FPS. Team and myself, we improved a lot. We played a lot of the game and started to play scrims to improve, and we won 2 EU championships together. I think the big difference between us and the other teams, like our experience, we're all former professional players. It's a long time, so that's the big difference, and that will make us win, I'm pretty sure. So what I'm the most proud of my team is like we are friends first of all, and so we are always taking fun and improving our gameplay in the good atmosphere, and everyone has a good experience. We can speak about everything. So one of my best chaos moments, it was during the final of one of the EU championship. It was the second Mandelbrick, like, you know, every team was running on the Mandel, you know, completely chaos with smoke, Molotov, and we managed to win through this chaos and the communication on Speak. It was totally a mess. every time you play Data Force, when you know you get pushed by Nox ultimate or third team, you get your heart pumping really hard, or in Esports mode, it's when you are defending the Mandel, and because every team are trying to eat you, and kill you, it's a really hard, intense moment. So if you are a new player, I advise you to start to play the game. More you play the game, more you will enjoy, and I advise you to find teammates on Discord, community Discord. There is a lot of players, and try to find some friends and improve your game, try to play in team. And then maybe when you think you have a success, enough level, you can try to come in esport mode, to test your team.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit the brick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, not gonna do very much though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
Welcome back to the Delta Force Rise series. Of course, this is season 1, and EMEA is starting us off with all the excitement that they can bring through into group stage day 1. And so far, Vivid, it has been an exciting and interesting day from what we've had coming through on Zero Dam. We had a lot of that Brakkesh action. Of course, we just wrapped up Tight Prison before sending our way over into none other than Space City. And this is where a lot of that pressure is going to be coming through, especially looking at the leaderboard.
Absolutely. Still, that column of mana bricks is empty, and this is why we are very, very excited to jump over to game number 4 and feature a mana brick in every single one of our last remaining maps. But for Team Dark Entities, and actually, listen, I'm taking a look at the kill point column right now. A 4-way tie, 7 points for 4 of our teams. So the difference maker right now for a lot of our teams just being how much loot they have essentially been able to stack up. Dark Entities are going to be in first place right now, specifically when it comes down to those squad points with 16. FLC not too far behind with just 15. But remember, anything can change, right? LFS down there in 6th place. Doesn't matter how many squad points you have. If you were the team to go ahead and decode a mana brick and nobody else has a mana brick decoded, you're in first place, because mana bricks are the highest value scoring metric that we have here on the Rise series. So keep a close eye on which one of our 6 teams are going to be able to decode the mana bricks as they start to come into play. I feel like we're not going to see a similar thing that we kind of saw on Brakkesh, where it took so long for some of our teams to actually go ahead and pick up that mana brick, because again, Space City, this is typically where we start to see those Tempests be invested, and we know how helpful that ultimate of hers is going to be when it comes down to picking up that initial mana brick. But here we go, folks. We have entered pretty much what could be the halfway point of this competition here today. We're going to be jumping into game number 4 on Space City. Now remember, as a quick reminder, we do have the potential to go all the way to round number 7, but we also have the opportunity to end the competition early if any one of these teams is able to go ahead and pick up 2 mana bricks at any point during this competition. But the column of Tempest, DK, for the operators, like I mentioned, this is typically what is saved until they get to Space City.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be seeing a lot of that Tempest play coming through, and I'm also expecting quite a bit of Luna maybe to come in, as well as Stinger, depending on what the strategy is that the teams are going to be looking to opt for. But yeah, Tempest definitely is going to be that big meta setup into our Space City rounds. And this is where they need to be very careful and cautious as to how they do it, right? Because we could potentially have 3, if not 4 space cities making their way in, but you only have 2 usage for that Tempest, right? So you're gonna have to be very, very tactful as to how you look to utilize that. But of course, speaking about our spawn predictions, again, we do see 2 squads already getting those T1 spawns in the previous round back in Tight Prison. As you know, Alliance and Team Gotaga, so they can't be going for that Westgate or the launch site spawns this time around. Instead, they could be going for T2 or T3, so it is going to put them a little bit further away from that central point of the map, and that is usually where we see the Mandelbrick being spawned.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to see, you know, who actually picks up these T1 spawns. Of course, the biggest advantage of that is just having early access to that Mandelbrick that's going to spawn in the center of the map and be uncontested on approach for any of our other teams. They are going to have to eventually make their way to the center of the map, but it could be a little bit more difficult because they have spawned a little bit further away.
We're landing.
Also, Westgate, right? That T1 spawn, it is, you know, denoted as a T1 spawn, and you can run directly to the Mandelbrick very, very fast. But we have seen multiple times whichever one of our teams spawns over by the dormitory area actually has the opportunity to kind of deny access to that Westgate with a plethora of utilities. So we'll have to see if one of those types of strategies kind of makes its way to the big stage here today. It'll be interesting to also kind of see if our teams start to invest some of those weapons we have seen picked up out of the air drops, right? Barrett 50 cal, and the other teams kind of bring that in. When are we going to start seeing some of our teams, you know, invest into that gold armor, those gold helmets? All to kind of play for here as we do kind of jump into Space City for the first time here today. And I'm taking a look at the map. It looks like Team WLG have picked up one of the T1 spawns, and Dark Entities have the other one as well. Take a look at how scary this is, though, right? Crossing this pipeline with just a smoke to kind of go ahead and hide you away from all of the shots kind of raining in. Sometimes you get unlucky. Sometimes you just go down to some of those shots. But for Team DE, they're going to be feeling fine. And by the way, we got a quick little glimpse right there as we did take a look at their POV. Team DE are going to be having gold armor and gold helmets across the board. This kind of noted up there in the top left that they aren't wearing any armor, but that's because they kind of brought it in their inventory on initial approach right there. But they are wearing it now. So DE, they're going to have a big advantage in terms of the protection from some of these bullets.
Yeah, especially seeing that there's a lot more of those gold rounds coming into play this time around. But as we know, stepping onto Space City, it's not about being the first team to get your hands on that Mandelbrick, right? It's more about creating enough of a hand of capital to survive that next squad as the pushes continue to evolve. And DE, though, they've got a beautiful setup here, just primed and ready to go as they are looking to see if anybody's going to dare venture forward. And surprising enough, only 3 of our teams actually opting for that Tempest start, right? So this could be a great opportunity for FLC, Gotaga, as well as the players coming through from LFS to get some early plays with regards to that Mandelbrick.
And this is already a minute down here on Space City, which, by the way, the Mandelbrick does actually come into play at 17 minutes, but Tempests actually get their ult around the 16-minute remaining mark here. So, but before we actually have those Tempest ults kind of rain in, a team without a Tempest, Dark Entities send their Toxic into the mix of things with no safety or security of an ultimate like the Tempest one, and they're actually going to be running over to the firing range, which you would imagine that they're probably going to go ahead and rotate this Mandelbrick over to the Black Chamber. I mean, the only other possible one would be over in the sand area by Central Command, but we don't usually see that one kind of come into play because it's very, very scary to kind of make that rotation that you just came from across those pipes. And just like that, Team DE do go ahead and opt to make their way over towards this Black Chamber building, and we're going to be seeing Team DE again with the opportunity to put down the Mandelbrick and potentially defend it. Remember, if we go back to Brakkesh, they were also the team that had that initial Mandelbrick. They were kind of poised to defend it, but after all of the teams kind of got into the mix, they unfortunately went down. So what can DE do this time around?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. Hopefully, they are going to be opting for a little bit more of a defensive position. I mean, they do have that Morse operate to use. They do have Allure as well, so I'm expecting to see quite a bit of that incendiary being utilized to help defend at least the decode station. So it's all going to be up to the rest of the lobby as to how they're going to look to rush on forward. As only one team is pretty much trying to focus in onto it here. As you can see, WLG moving up, but Alliance and FLC getting into a bit of an altercation.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance just kind of waiting in the wings here on the receiving end of this zip line, and FLC unfortunately did not have the information required to kind of see that they were over here. I mean, Team Alliance just did such a good job of just hiding and waiting, and as soon as the audio cue comes in that somebody is on the zip line, they peek out, and it is easy shots and an easy pickup for Team Alliance. That is a great little counter strategy to prevent some of the rotations from coming in. But again, if a team like Team Alliance is making plays like this happen very, very far away from the Mandelbrick, as Lynx is kind of in a fight right here with the Shark as he tries to go ahead and loot the body that fell down into the water. But if you're making plays like this, all from the distance, all the way over by the Hudson office, I mean, you are not contesting the Mandelbrick. So I have to put a giant emphasis on the fact that take a look at the top of your screen once we kind of jump out of this looting POV. 2 minutes remaining right now before that Mandelbrick is actually decoded. And with a couple of our teams not really being interested or poised in terms of their position to actually stop it from happening, Dark Entity's got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting approach the teams are looking to take here. I mean, but it makes sense, right? Looking at the fact that there has not been too much of a Mandelbrick play being utilized or capitalized upon so far, as a Dark Entity now have to try and defend, already putting up a pretty good response here to Gotaga coming in right behind them, getting that first knock in. But other than that, not much else has happened, right? WLG, though, they're really close. As you can see them just waiting on the outside of the building, looking to see if they can gather any information, as there's a lot of utility and ults now coming into play as well.
Yeah, we actually just got a quick glimpse, by the way, that this has been a full investment. I mean, we talked about Team Dark Entities. Yeah, they brought in all the gold armor, and we kind of mentioned that, and some of the gold ammo, but we didn't actually realize that they brought in that M82 sniper rifle as well. So this has been an all-out investment. They did kind of get that knock on a Team Gotaga, but they weren't able to actually go ahead and find that little bit of damage that they needed to go ahead and find the knock. But they're going to be happy with kind of fending off Team Gotaga from approaching from that CEO area. But Team Dark Entities, take a look at this. This is a position that I have not seen played from a team that is interested in defending the Mandelbrick here in Black Chamber. They've opted to just kind of dip away into the garage. Basically, the reasoning behind this play, they're like, hey, listen, we want you to go ahead and seal the Mandelbrick, like whatever, you can have it. They're kind of hoping that some of these teams go head-to-head, or they kind of just hide. They don't want to be the team on the receiving end of some of these all-ins from some of the other teams, which is why, again, they just kind of hide away. They don't want to go ahead and send their game to be laid out just so, yeah. And speaking of getting laid out, Stickinson lays out easy from across the map on the back foot of some well-placed marksman rifle shots. And oh my gosh, are you going to tank this right now? The grenades were right on top of you guys, and some well-placed grenades as well from Stickinson is actually going to go ahead and secure that knock. So Alliance have a lot of work to do. And this is scary because there are so many members. Oh my gosh. Team FLS find another knock on the Team Alliance with their marksman rifle. They are hitting their shots right now.
Yeah, they are definitely having no difficulty doing that whatsoever. But interesting play that we are going to be looking at here as we hop back onto that replay, right? Alliance just being an absolute menace to the side of FLC in the early phases of this game, just backing them up and shipping them out. But at the same time, they're going to be quite happy about that, as they've been able to secure themselves those 3 kills. They are going to be trying to get a few more, potentially maybe at the expense here of Alliance. But again, this is that strategy that you were talking about coming through from the Dark Entities, right? They started off the process, they got the decoding started, and then they're just sitting back, relaxing, having a nice warm cup of Jojo while they wait for the rest of the lobby to kind of swim themselves out.
Yeah, Team Alliance trying to return to a full and 3-man healthy roster as a Toxic tries to go ahead and get that long arm resin, and it's going to be successful. The Alliance going to be returning to all 3 members alive, which puts us in a position to where we do have 5 teams healthy and ready to go ahead and play for this Mandelbrick. We're taking a look at it right now. Team LFS, they're going to be sending in their Tempest, who is going to be Evan. He is trying to go ahead and make a play happen on this decoding station, but unfortunately, Alliance Grind is going to go ahead and deny him access to that one, and I would imagine that now Team Alliance, after they go ahead and take out that Tempest, yep, they're going to go ahead and jump on the Mandelbrick themselves. So we mentioned earlier on, a part of the tournament rules here for Delta Force Esports operations is that every single time that the Mandelbrick is kind of stolen away, the total amount of time it actually takes to decode it drops by 30 seconds. And it can happen all the way down to 90 seconds total. As you can see now, we're kind of already approaching 2 minutes and 30 seconds, a part of the total time. So next time it gets stolen, it'll be down to 2 minutes. And then after that, it'll be down to 1 minute and 30. But take a look at this. WLG have finally joined the fray. They're going to be finding Grind.
Oh, come on. Is there going to be an opportunity now for WLG to lock this one out? As you said it, right? They did find a bit of an angle. We do see Easy also just up ahead of them there. So 1 player down for Alliance. Easy links. They have to try and bounce back. But again, it is going to be that Morse ulti. Or rather the Morse utility causing a few problems, right? Just disrupting them long enough so that you can see a quick fallback coming through here from Gotaga. But now just repositioning, trying to get themselves into that more opportune position. And I think even just getting a setup on that garage door opening is going to allow them quite a bit of, I think, safety in the sense of they can see teams moving in and they can quickly react to a potential charge going through there.
Yep. Without a doubt, Team Gotaga are kind of just playing the same thing over and over again with access to the upper part of this black chamber building towards that hallway. Kind of plays into the CEO office specifically, so they got to be feeling pretty good about their position. But remember, a team that has not made any noise over the past, what feels like 5 to 7 minutes, has been Dark Entities. The initial team that actually had the Mandelbrick. Take a look, they're still hanging out in this garage, by the way. This is the team, by the way, that should be the strongest in terms of the armor and the weaponry that they have. And again, they're just kind of interested in waiting for all this to happen. But that is a big defend from Maxa right there, because that puts a lot of pressure on all of our other teams. There is 40 seconds remaining before this decode kind of comes in. And with Maxa kind of finding the knock on one of the last remaining Tempests, which one of our teams is going to go ahead and full send? And finally, Dark Entities kind of join in on all of the action. But they are quickly met with Imperator on the other side, dealing enough damage to go ahead and knock out one of their members. Now Team DE are going to be left with just the duo.
Yeah, that does put them on a bit of a back foot, but as you can see, Maxa try to push up as well. The Alliance there just welcoming them in as both teams now look to contest for that Mandelbrick. It is going to be yet another team getting their hands on it as Alliance gets a bit of a feel for it here, but so much utility getting deployed. You can see it is absolute carnage and chaos, and that is exactly what we love to have. But WLG, this is their opportunity to potentially try their hand. DE, though, is still on the defensive. They've been able to get their players back up, back to the full squad they go. This could definitely help them advance forward from here. But the big question is what is the strategy that they have in mind? Because as we saw, right, they started off the decoding at first. They haven't been bothered about doing anything regarding that Mandelbrick. And now there's just under a minute left on the clock. So it's not just going to happen. One of these teams will definitely have to step up soon.
Yeah, Team Alliance currently having possession of the Mandelbrick, but they only have 2 members. But they are 2 very good operators to defend. Take a look at this. Aluru and Shepard is going to be the duo here, as kind of off in the distance we see DE. They jump down, and they're going to be meeting up with WLG, but it's going to be Fulray who picks up 2. So unfortunately for Team WLG, they're left with just 1 member remaining. But take a look at this. Scooby is going to be picking up the body, what feels like in the open. And whilst all the chaos is happening, the push comes in from LFS. They're trying to make something happen, but so is Easy. So is Team Alliance. He's laying on the Mandelbrick with 10 seconds remaining. If he just hides away, if he denies this initial steal, I think Team Alliance could take it. But no, the awareness from Team LFS, they actually see Easy amongst all the chaos, and in the smoke, they take out the team that had current control over the Mandelbrick, and now Team Alliance is going to be full wiped from this competition in game number 4.
Absolute chaos coming in, and I'm absolutely loving it. It's LFS now are going to be the next team, just patiently awaiting that decode. You can see Gotaga trying to set up a bit of a defensive
Oh my
angle here.
gosh.
Beautiful plays coming through from Nox. Gets the first play. Scooby now there to lend a bit of a helping hand. Quickly picking up his teammate, trying to get the heck out of dodge. But this is now LFS trying to close the door there, trying to find a bit of an opportunity, an angle to fortify. As, well, they're on the defensive, right? They can just sit back and relax and see if Gotaga are going to dare venture up to that Mandelbrick next.
LFS trying to make something happen on the back foot of their Tempest ult being available. That's going to be Evan going down. Great shots from Nox, who, by the way, not too long ago was just a solo. He has actually managed to find both of the revives right now, so they're trying to make something happen. But LFS are now under a lot of pressure from the side of DE. That's going to be a couple of Nox being traded back and forth. But Team Gotaga, they join in on this little bit of a 3v3 that was happening. And they're going to be the breadwinners here. They're going to be a full 3-man roster still alive after they picked up all of those kills. But oh my gosh, Vlad, you jump into the room, there is somebody behind you. A member of Team LFS is laying right behind Vlad. Imperator could play spoiler to the whole strategy here from Team Gotaga, and sure enough, the Nox comes in. Imperator tries to stay alive but tucks away in the corner. That's going to be easy shots landed from the side of Nox, who, by the way, as we catch a glimpse of fresh air for just a second, Nox is on 5 total kills.
Wow, Nox having an absolute field day here when it comes to those kills. Just capitalizing. Oh, absolutely. But now, WLG, though, they've been able to bounce back onto that full 3-piece. They are most likely going to be the team to try and contest this decode yet again, as Gotaga down to 2-piece. This is going to make things quite challenging for them, especially when it comes to being defensive. But they do have Nox on their side, so not quite sure if that is going to be enough to deter the side of WLG, as they are going to be pushing forward. Beautiful sprays coming through. One down. Oh, almost gets the finish. Now it's up to Maxa to try and drive this one home. WLG down to a 2-piece, and everything are riding on this performance here from Maxa as he tries to shoot through the smoke. We're not finding any damage, but it's going to be Scooby looking to go in for the disruption. Oh
my gosh, got it. He got it. He got it on the back foot of landing hip fire shots. Because the utility came in, he couldn't zoom in. And because he hits those hip fire shots through the smoke on a player that was currently stealing the Mandelbrick, Team Gotaga are going to extract with the Mandelbrick, and Maxa is trying to make something happen. But you have already done enough, son. You have defended the Mandelbrick. You took out 2 members currently as it stands of WLG, and only 1 left remaining before you're able to go ahead and pull off this incredible 1v3. Again, the kills do still matter because they're going to help you out on the leaderboard, but he hears the Raptor go ahead and kill out the drone. He tries to make something happen, but he's going to be quickly denied by that drone landing, and now he's going to pressure the res. We'll have to see how Maxa answers.
What an exciting match we've had so far. WLG, though, are looking pretty good with those profits, though. I mean, they are going to try and survive here, but if they can't extract, it's not going to be worth anything. All they get is those eliminations or the kills they've been able to secure themselves so far. But Gotaga, I mean, they are feeling like $1 million right now, right? They got the Mandelbrick decoded. Arco just ahead of them. As you can see, Maxa sitting with those 2 kills in the bag. Can he make it 3 just for bragging rights?
Yeah, again, I mean, this is a kill that is worth a lot. Obviously, again, he has already done enough, but giant emphasis on how much these kills are actually valuable right now. And this is just a back and forth right now, trying to play around with the positions. I feel like Maxa currently has the advantage, but he's going to be backing up, respecting the angle that Oko has. It's also important to get a quick little glimpse at Oko's armor situation. No helmet and a vest that is all but broken. Just a sliver of durability left, as you can see in the bottom of your screen. So if Maxa lands some shots, it's going to be a pretty quick kill. And that it is. Maxa in a 1v3 situation up against WLG. Not only does he defend the Mandelbrick, not only does he take out 2 on initial approach, but when it comes down to the 1v1 and kind of shifting around, playing the angles, he wins this one out as well. Team Gotaga, listen, a couple of the members might have been sitting back, relaxing, and watching Maxa do all of the work towards the end of the things, but they did so much as a team throughout the 18 minutes on Space City to make this one actually possible. And DK, we finally have a team after 4 games with a Mandelbrick.
Yeah, it already took a little while to get to this point. But Gotaga doing absolutely phenomenal work here, as you can see just a bit of celebration coming through on their end when they realized it was in the bag. And I mean, what an exciting round this was over on Space City. I mean, only the first of many yet to come, right? Our first Mandelbrick decode has been secured. Now, can they replicate that? Can they do it again going into the next round? That is going to be the big question.
Yeah. Absolutely. They got to be feeling very, very good about it. And what a well-timed kind of little bit of a throwback to the interview that we kind of saw in the breaks there between these games, where we did see Vlad kind of talking about the team dynamic. And he said one of the most important things, one of the things that he likes the most about his team is that it feels like, more so than teammates, they feel like friends, man. And that just makes things happen so much easier. And without a doubt, we're going to be giving the best team over to Team Gotaga here. I mean, 9 total kills, damage being up there, 1,500. Yeah, I mean, the assets gained 500k. Doesn't really matter. Obviously, we do know it's not going to be too high because nobody across the board of things was going to be able to extract from a map like Space City. But yeah, now you can see the actual difference when we do take a look at the leaderboard here. Team Gotaga up there with 9 kills, Maxa with 3, Nox again with 5, an incredible individual performance. Alliance and LFS also doing pretty good at picking up some of the kills there, but I can't lie, I hate to add insult to injury here for Dark Entities, but after that huge investment, the only team, by the way, to bring in all that gold armor and their M82, they don't really make anything happen.
Yeah, I mean, all they got was those 2 kills, right? And so, you know, compared to what we have right on this graphic right here, 2 is not that much, right? As you can see, Nox picked up 5 and Maxa picked up 3, putting them on a grand total of that 9 that we saw. So quite a bit of work coming through here across the board. LFS also super active, as we saw, right? Coming in, Imperator with those hits right at the door, just trying to play the disruption. So a lot of work has been put in, but it is going to be Gotaga, though, that are going to be dominating our stats here, as Nox and Maxa come in yet again with those assists, just doing an absolute stand-up job with playing through our very first Space City.
Yeah, incredible stuff. We're taking a look at some of the top asset earners. WLG selling right there. Must have been able to pick up some of the reds, potentially some ammo to go ahead and put in the safe box there, because as we do know, WLG failed their extract, so it must have been all in the safe box. But again, our round 4 MVP, Team Gotaga, Nox, on the back foot of those 5 kills we were talking about and upwards of 900 damage, which, by the way, we kind of take a look at the stat a little bit earlier on. Team Gotaga as a whole, they had 1,600 damage, and with 900 of that damage onto Nox, he did well over half the damage that his entire team did. So an incredible feat, incredible individual performance.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane. But of course, if you want to have your own turn at that, be sure to follow the links down below. Go download the game, and you did see the link there as well, the playdeltaforce.com. Head on over to that. We have a brand new esports tab that you can follow everything with regards to the Delta Force Rise series. And speaking about Rise, right, we are going to be looking to see who will rise to the challenge as we are getting ready to head into round number 5. And we'll see you on the other side of the break.
Members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little solo. Hang on a second, NL. Look at that, it's an absolute sweat. This, and Elliot's got to know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts. For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's gonna be hopping off that.
I'll get you out of here.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that's it then. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first Mandelbrick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skitey is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. So much damage, and there it is.
Welcome back. First day of the Delta Riot Series. It's season 1 and so much excitement already coming through as we saw our very first Mandelbrick decode happening in round 4. So we're now getting ready to take our next step into round number 5. Looking to see who's going to be the next team, and Gotaga definitely being the team to set the pace here as they've got that first Mandelbrick in the bag, taking them all the way up to 24 squad points.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be great for them, man. It's going to not only obviously secure them so many points because they were able to pick up so many kills. Of course, they're going to be towards the top of the leaderboard now that they do have that mana break. But you also got to imagine with the way that this competition has pretty much gone throughout the day, it's also probably going to secure them a spot at least towards the top of the leaderboard, even when the competition ends, which is going to do great things in terms of how many points they're able to pick up for the group stage, specifically just here in match number 1. As we do take a look at Group A and Group B, kind of go head to head. For some of our other teams though, I mean, sometimes when we take a look at some of the scrims or past competitions, it's actually pretty rare that we see how close some of these teams are. I mean, obviously, Team Gotaga, they have a great lead. That's kind of removed them from the equation. I mean, second place there with 16 points, last place with 12 points. So still anybody's competition. Every single spot on that leaderboard matters in terms of how many points you're going to get for the group stage overall. So all of these teams are still in this competition, regardless of whether or not they feel like they can win it or just get like 3rd, 4th, something like that, because again, it's just worth more points. We kind of saw a quick glimpse of it right there. Again, we're going to be returning to Space City, Mandelbricks throughout the rest of the day today, and now we get a chance to go ahead and take a look at the operator pools. I'll be honest with you, DK, not as many Tempests as I thought we were going to be seeing, but we did still see them play a big role in how that one kind of panned out.
Yeah, we did see 3 of those getting utilized, and as we can see, the team that walked away with that Mandelbrick was one of the squads that decided to play their Tempest. So I don't know if that is going to set the standard of expectation going into round number 5, but we are going to be hopefully seeing a lot more of those Tempests now stepping out onto the battlefield here, as we know, right? For the first week, the team's going to have to try and push as hard as they can to get as many points on the board, making that second week just a whole lot more comfortable for them to step into. Speaking of which, though, going into this next round, we are going to be looking at those spawn locations, the predicted spawns here as, well, FLC Clan and, of course, WLG not going to be getting their hands on those potential T1 spawns, as it now opens up for the rest of the squads to see who can get those positions. And of course, Westgate is going to be one of those more contested positions to try and hopefully spawn in, as we are going to be taking a look at the loadouts and the setups for our teams stepping in here.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to play for. Now is kind of where a lot of pressure is put on some of our teams, because they're not going to know whether or not the team decoding the Mandelbrick is going to be Team Gotaga, which could kind of incentivize them to just play a little bit more aggressive. Like, hey, listen, we cannot let them decode a second Mandelbrick, but their information is not going to be there. They kind of have to do some guesswork or do some sniffing around to see if they can pick up some sort of information to see who is going to be where. But taking a look at some of the spawns here, it's actually going to be Team Gotaga. By the way, this is not that bad of a spawn for them to kind of work with right now, as they are going to be off in the sands distance. They can potentially deny some of the early access to that employee passageway, but unfortunately, the shots are not going to land. And you were kind of questioning the loadouts for all of our teams, as we do take a look at the POV here for Team Gotaga. All gold across the board for these guys. And as we do take a look at the map, Team LFS coming in from Westgate, that was going to be a T1 spawn. Team Alliance got that other T1 spawn, but because Dark Entities are actually so fast on their initial approach here, kind of feels like they had a T1 spawn as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're not wasting any time, as they are just full on rushing it. But an interesting thing that I saw coming through for the side of DE is that, look at that, they only have purples, right? So that early call on spending their economy on getting the gold loadout is not going to benefit them coming into this round. So they're going to have to play a lot more of a strategic game if they want to be able to do anything with only the gold rounds that they have to work with here. The rest of the lobby, though, is going to pose quite a bit of a threat to them. But here we go, as Bishka is already starting us off with a little bit of a spray. They're going to find the angle over onto LFS, and they came in straight through that Westgate uncontested. Quite surprising, though.
Some great shots there again. Dark Entities trying to make something happen, and a quick glimpse at all of our comps. And some of those teams that didn't bring in that initial Tempest have opted to go ahead and be like, yeah, listen, we actually need it, as we do see a Tempest featured on every single one of our teams. Also, as a quick note here, take a look at this Alliance. We're able to take out Desmulans in the center of the map, and somehow, someway also kind of got the loot as well. Match point unlocked. Team Gotaga, again, the only team that can kind of end this competition early as it currently stands. They are on match point, because if they secure another Mandelbrick, the competition ends. We will stop here. But take a look at this. Bishka is trying to make something happen. He's not jumping down for the Mandelbrick, or no, he actually is. I thought he was going to play aggressive on the side of Alliance, but Selen from off in the distance, the southern side of the map towards the bridge, kind of joins the fray and denies access to that early Mandelbrick.
Well, a little bit of denial could maybe take them a long way, and as we know, that's also not just a river in Egypt, right? So we get to see who is going to look to bring what to the table here as the fight continues to push forward. I'm also looking at a lot of Lunas for almost every single team. I think there's only 2 squads that decided to go with something a little bit different. We do see a Toxic coming in there as well. So the team's trying all the different loadouts they can to get themselves situated. But again, it is going to be that Singer play that I think could really look to go quite swimmingly with it when it's paired up with that Tempest load. So now everybody trying to get themselves in a more opportune angle. It does seem like Alliance, though, they might be the team to get their hands on that first Mandelbrick.
Teams are kind of second an opportunity to reset here. You can see WLG, they actually retreated pretty heavily. They were pretty close to the center of the map, but opting to go ahead and take a strong foothold up on the bridge itself. And it's actually well timed from them, because as you can see off in the distance, Team LFS actually would have had a great angle on them prior to that. But Follerate is trying to make something happen. Remember, this is not a Tempest ult. He is not on Tempest, so this is scary. But Grind sitting up top right there. Remember, these guys are all sweaty. They have played scrims. They know exactly where to look to go ahead and spray a smoke like that, because the animation to go ahead and pick up the mana brick itself is fixed. Like, your character gets set into a certain position to actually pick it up. So as soon as he hears the audio cue come in, Grind right there would have just basically had to just spray the smoke on to the line that he knows. Again, he's been here multiple times before, so that's why we saw some incredible hesitation from the side of Dark Entities. But it is crazy to me that time and time again, we saw it on Brakkesh, we saw it in game number 4. We're now seeing it in game number 5. Dark Entities, for some reason, are almost always that first team on approach. And again, full rate, it's going to be doing the exact same thing that Grind was trying to do to him not too many moments ago. Ushbishka on the Tempest ult tries to make something happen, but again, it's just a straight up back and forth between Team Alliance and Team Dark Entities. But finally, full rate on the Stinger, jumps on, and he is hopefully going to be able to engage, but it's going to be on the back foot of the smoke unless Grind can kind of make some of these shots land, and he does not. So again, DK, we talked about it. Dark Entities, they don't have a mana brick yet, but every single time they have been the team to pick it up initially and be the ones to put it into the station first.
Hey, I'll give them an A for effort, right? Because they are definitely putting in a very consistent play towards that. It does seem like Dark Entities, though, are going to be opting onto the alley position. As you can see, the players there from FLC position just below them in the underground. They can hear the footsteps happening above them. So you could see quite a bit of a push coming up the stairs just within the building. And this is where Uzbishka now is going to try and just lock down any potential angles they could be contested from. I like this setup over on towards ramp here as well, but it's very isolated, right? So you don't want to extend all too much there just yet. And it's not like they've got one of those Tempest ults to quickly just fall back into safety. So whatever they do there, they're going to have to be pretty confident that they can hold their own.
They have failed 2 times so far at defending this mana brick. And it hurts so bad, because if you just look at the leaderboard, like, straight up, you're going to be like, oh man, like, Team Gotaga, they played so well. I mean, they've got a mana brick right now. But it wouldn't tell the full story of what feels like DE having so much control. Like, what a cool stat would kind of be for us to potentially track at some point in the future would be how much time a specific team has actually spent in control of the mana brick. Because I feel like Team Dark Entities would be at the top of that leaderboard. They have just not been able to go ahead and seal the deal. But take a look at this, a little bit of a weird strategy. It's not often that we see a team leave the center of the map. I thought Team Alliance were going to go ahead and potentially push Team Gotaga, but I think they kind of got cold feet, opted to go ahead and retreat and potentially enact a different game plan. But speaking about different game plans, Dark Entities, again, last time they went ahead, they put the initial mana brick over towards Black Chamber in that building specifically. They've opted for the other station on the other side, on the west side of the center of the map, in between Buoyancy and Centrifuge. So maybe that's the difference that they needed.
It could be. We don't know. We'll find out soon whether or not that is going to mean anything for the side here of DE. But FLC also just kind of patiently waiting down in the underground, right? Not going to be looking to push up too aggressively. Can't say the same here for Alliance, though. But they got to watch out for WLG just up above them. And full rate keeping a very close eye on the ramp. I think makes the decisive play here. Falls back. Uzbishka is going to be picked up. Fortunately, it is going to be that Tempest ult that will save the day for the time being. But now all the pressure starts to build yet again, right? You can see Alliance actively pushing forward. FLC also starting to move on forward. So there's so much heat about to come in.
Yeah, because Uzbishka tried to make something happen, and because they had a member down, they couldn't defend the mana brick in its entirety. Team Alliance, again, this is almost felt like we've played like a hot zone map between Team DE and Team Alliance. They've just been going back and forth on the initial approach of the mana brick, right? That initial spawn, they were kind of trading shots and trading between who was actually going to go for it. And now on the actual mana brick station itself, they're again going kind of back and forth. I would imagine for the side of DE right now, they're probably going to wait for their Tempest ult to kind of go back up, and that's when they will make a play to go ahead and try to steal that station back. We'll have to see if Team Alliance can kind of make anything happen. They do have a couple of operators that can kind of deny it, right? They have the Luna that can throw in some utility. The Disarm can kind of come in from the Tempest, but they actually send full right again on this Stinger. They don't wait for the Tempest ult. They just go ahead and straight up go for it. And Team Alliance were not ready at all, but just on the back foot of some of the members of Team DE doing a great job. By the way, I think we should take a quick moment to mention, I don't know how Team Alliance are standing in the middle of the map and not getting shot. Okay, as I was actually about to say that, Grind just gets his shot in the back. There are so many angles on the map of Space City that has sight lines on the center of the map, specifically where these guys are standing. I mean, speak about, you know, central command building. There's nobody over there. We know that. We have, you know, eyes in the sky. But those great sight lines all the way from over the central command building, very, very dangerous if you get shot from there. The bridge, by the way, where we knew a team were kind of standing earlier, Team WLJ, who have since actually rotated, used to be over there. So getting away with it right now for Alliance seems criminal to me.
Yeah, it's interesting how teams are doing what we're not expecting them to be doing at this point. The Lions, though, they are going to be getting that decode secured yet again. Gotaga, they are going to be on the loot, though, if they do find themselves an extra red secured on through. Again, they're finding themselves now with that same difficulty we saw in the previous round, right? Coming over that zip line, it's a one-way thing, at least for the time being, is, yeah, they are going to be testing it, and down they go. The shots not raining through. LFS look at the play, the upset onto the side of Gotaga, and so far doing a pretty decent job at keeping them at bay.
It's scary stuff here. I mean, take a look at where the downed body is from the side of Team Gotaga. It's out in the open. But it is important to go ahead and note that this was not just a straight up knock from the side of LFS. Like, they did have a member of their own go down, but I don't know if Team Gotaga can kind of make anything happen, because I feel like Team LFS is just going to be able to go ahead and pick up their res, especially with a Stinger still alive on their team, whilst Stickinson, from this great angle that he has onto the sight lines of that zip line specifically, is going to be able to defend. But speaking about defending, Team Alliance are trying to go ahead and defend this Mandelbrick, which, by the way, they are in full control of. There's only a minute and 10 seconds remaining before they go ahead and secure that. So DE, they're trying to make something happen on the back foot of their Tempest, rolling out. They're going head to head with Easy, who's trying to make something happen, but he goes down, and the other members, Grind and Lynx, did not have any sort of a position that could go ahead and help Easy right there. And all of a sudden, Team FLC are actually joining the fray, and unfortunately for Grind, he's going to be shot in the back. He's going to go down, and now Lynx is left as a solo, the last remaining member of Team Alliance.
Well, it seems like there was an alliance between FLC and the players going through from DE, but of course that is all just coincidence. Now look at this. WLG stepping up for the steals. They do get their hands on that. A quick play coming through as they secure themselves that decode. Now with just under 2 minutes on the decode, a lot of pressure is going to continue to build up here as Grind currently is down. Lynx trying frantically to see if there is going to be a good pathing to get himself over onto his teammates, bring them back up to at least a duo. But again, you've got to watch that ramp, right? We did see DE move down there. LFS also just ahead of them. And it is going to be FLC sneaking up behind Alliance. So whatever Lynx is going to look to do, he needs to act super quickly. Again, with very limited options, this could be a clean sweep now coming through from the side here of FLC.
You can see some shots kind of coming in, trying to go ahead and defend the last remaining hope from the side of Team Alliance. But FLC, they're going to do a great job of timing this push very, very well. They did go ahead and pick up 2 kills, and now they, and I'm not sure if they know it, but they actually have a lot of control over the decoding station. No real team is actually anywhere close enough to try to make something happen towards this. So FLC are going to go ahead and pick up the decoding station now. And by the way, we are already down to that decode minimum of 90 seconds. So pressure is going to be on for a lot of our teams. Unfortunately for Team Gotaga, they are still being held at bay by Team LFS, who apparently don't care about the Mandelbrick at all. And again, I'm immediately proven wrong the second time this game, as Team LFS make an immediate rotation as there is only 1 minute remaining towards this Mandelbrick.
I see a little bit of pattern of power starting to develop over here, but every time you want something to happen, say that you've not seen it happen yet, and then magically the team seem to just swing into action. But interesting play that we also saw happening here was the side of Dark Entities, right? They wrapped around entirely, right? They went out over on towards that western side, wrapped around the north, now coming in, looking to contest yet again. But look at this, LFS though, coming in with a bit of cleanup as they do find the sprays. FLC, ooh, also quick on the reaction, quick on the trigger, and a fair trade on either side. FLC though, 20 seconds left on the clock. Can they lock it in? Can they walk away with that successful deco? WLG, though, are going to try everything they can do to disrupt that. And now they can target FLC to see, can they wrap them up and shut them out of here?
Yeah, FLC left with just one member remaining. We'll have to see if Team Gotaga ever joins the fray here. Again, they're going to be just a duo because they did lose that third member. But again, this is where we have to question. I hate to pick on one specific team with the same point over and over again, but Dark Entities, they've kind of taken a similar approach. Again, they're happy with just sitting over in the middle of the map, kind of not really playing for the break. Again, they were the team on this initially. As soon as they lose that first one, they kind of just like leave and play for something completely different. As now we're going to be seeing Team LFS in full control, and that's on the back of their Stinger, just kind of jumping on to the minute break. And I love to go ahead and make it very, very important to note that when specifically we see like a Stinger or basically anybody other than the Tempest ult secure the Mandelbrick, that means in terms of defending it, obviously we know at some point some of the other teams are going to use their Tempest, but Team LFS, because they didn't use their Tempest ult to actually pick up the station itself, they can now use their Tempest ult to defend the next Tempest ult that kind of comes in. So it essentially cancels out, and they're left with a great opportunity to go ahead and secure the Mandelbrick in its entirety as a result.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to see the different strategies that our teams can look to come up with here, but it does seem like Gotaga finally have the opportunity to get a lot closer onto the Mandelbrick decoding station here, is that they've been allowed passage to cross over that bridge. FLC going to be just up ahead down to that solo. Not quite sure if anything is going to happen for them, but it is going to be DE also trying their hand at that decode as they are going to be pushing up aggressively. LFS rather going to be trying to make something happen. So far, good defense. The decode just few seconds away, and this is DE frantically trying to see if they can get in there and get their hands on it, and it's quite a bit of contentious play coming through, but DE do manage to succeed in changing hands with that decode station yet again. And well, it doesn't seem like anybody is going to be initially trying to contest them. FLC, though, just having their players getting whittled down to a potential solo here, unless something magical can happen on their end. WLG also left with just their more, so it does limit the options available to them here.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Team DE, they joined the fray. They're ones in full control of the Mandelbrick. 1 minute remaining, and they're actually the only 3-man roster still left alive, which, by the way, I question whether or not we were going to see Team Gotaga trying to join the fray that was kind of happening with just a duo. They were actually the ones that took out Team LFS amongst all of the action that was happening. But now Team DE, they're trying to make something happen here. They have to defend this Mandelbrick, or else nobody is going to be able to pick up this Mandelbrick here in game number 5, because there is only a 30-second difference between game clock and the decoding clock, which, by the way, we are down to just 30 seconds, and it looks like Dark Entities could potentially go ahead and successfully defend this, but they're under approach from multiple different directions. Who are they going to invest in? As, oh my gosh, Fulbright is able to be picked up. That's going to be Maxa finding this angle, and now Team DE are going to be left with 2 members remaining to try to go ahead and defend this. Is the utility going to be enough? But take a look at this. A little bit of an assist from Saloa. A completely different team is kind of helping DEL, but Maxa is able to jump on. How do they let him cross? The shot comes in, but it fails. It does not find its way into the little bit of a cubby hole, and as a result, Team Gotaga are going to deny Team DE from capturing our Mandelbrick. No, scratch that. They're going to deny any team from picking up the Mandelbrick here in game number 5.
Wow, absolute insane tactic. And now DE, there's not much left for them to do, right? The match is going to end right now. And yeah, it's just down to whatever value they were able to find in this past round to see how that contributes to the overall standings. But Gotaga, the only team currently in possession of a Mandelbrick, and that's the way it will be, for at least for this round that we just saw being wrapped up.
And you actually saw it, a quick moment there. I mean, there was so much stuff happening, so much to kind of pay attention to on the screen, but I caught a quick glimpse of it when Team Gotaga successfully jumped onto that decoding station and stole it. Even though They knew the timer had ran out. They didn't have enough time to go ahead and secure it for themselves. The denial was enough for them to go ahead and net a reaction. I saw fist bumps in the air. They were cheering. They were yelling because we are actually approaching a very, very nuanced kind of approach to this competition. I'm going to hold my thought. I'm going to go ahead and note DE, the best team here on Space City in round number 5, 4 kills, 1,600 damage. Again, they were constantly in all of the action, so no surprise there. But Team Gotaga, they feel so good about that because they kind of have 2 win conditions now. If they're the only team, if they can just deny Mandelbrick for the rest of this competition through Game 7, they will win by default because they will be the only team with a Mandelbrick, right? That is a win condition for them now. Of course, they can go ahead and pick up a second Mandelbrick at some point as well, but yeah, they just got to feel so good about that because the less teams that actually have a Mandelbrick to go ahead and tie them in that category, the better chances that they are going to be having at winning this competition. The top killers, though, DK, break it down.
Yeah, it is going to be Selen all the way from WLG picking up those 4. But if we take a look over on the damage dealers, it is not necessarily the same case, right? We do see Selen again being over on here with 728 damage, but it's going to be Maxa from Gotaga walking away with the biggest bag of damage that they were able to find. Nox, though, is going to be the top assister, finding 2, and it's been a pretty slim picking when it comes to those assists, especially for this round over on Space City. And I mean, it's been pretty consistent across both the Space Cities that we've had so far, but coming down to the asset owners, it's not very high, right? There was so much focus placed on contesting those Mandelbricks that Maxa is going to be leading the charge here with 243.6k. That is not a lot. That's almost just a helmet helping them get to that. But Selen from WLG is going to be our MVP for round number 5, picking up the 4 operator kills, 728 damage, and that's it, right? Nothing else. No assists, no assets gained. Not a single cent going in their direction other than that. So it just shows you where the focus was in this past round. Just predominantly trying to get those heads secured and doing everything they can to get their hands on the Mandelbrick.
Crazy stuff. I can't believe I am saying this, but we're going to be going into game number 6. Somehow, some way, with only a singular Mandelbrick decoded so far. It's got to be a first here for any of the competitions that we have kind of watched in the past. Guys, you got to follow at @DeltaForce_game across all of the socials and go ahead and download it as well through playdeltaforce.com. Whilst you guys go ahead and follow on socials and download the games for yourself, if you haven't already, we're going to take a short break before we jump into game number 6.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweat! This... And LG's got him though, they're here, lines them up, even through the shot, you're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks, and Elm's gonna be hopping out for that.
Smoke hands over Asera. The situation's reaching a breaking point. Time to bring in the experts. Team Rainbow has touched down in Asera. New ground? Not sure where to start? Search containers. Grab high-value loot.
I hear when I can, and stop threats when I must.
Take down anyone in your way. Heavy fire, raise your shield, and hold the line. Don't forget your tactical gear. the gripple gun.
Enemy here!
Taking fire? Pull out the Hive Tac pistol. Patch yourself up. Keep your squad in the fight.
Call if you need a hand.
Outnumbered? Drop the jammer.
말보다는 행동이지.
Go dark. Strike first.
I've seen real horror.
Looks like they were waiting for us. No pressure. Trust your aim. Learn the map. Stay with your squad. Team Rainbow brings tactics built for close calls. In Delta Force, that means sharper plays, smarter fights, and operator-on-operator mind games. Alright, it's go time. Extract safely, and everything you learn comes with you. New operation, new look. During the event, Noxus Vigil Bundle, Suneva's Montaigne Bundle, and Stinger Stock Bundle. Pick any 2 of the 3 operator bundles for free. More collab rewards awaiting. Open an Alpha pack and try your luck. In Asera, the right weapon to turn the tide. Black Eyes, one of Rainbow Six Siege's most iconic weapon appearances, gets a new Delta Force take. Complete event missions and choose one of 2 Black Eyes collab bundles for free. Join the event to claim the MP5 submachine gun Black Eyes, plus more rewards. Wait, what's this? Team Rainbow left something behind in Asera? A collectible drone you can deploy. Deploy it and see what you can uncover. July 10th to July 23rd, play to earn the K437 assault rifle Domineering. Looks like we're fully loaded for this operation. That's the full rundown on the Delta Force Rainbow Six Siege collaboration. Remember the rules: sharp aim, map knowledge, and teamwork. The mission: bridge in, extract out.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to Brick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much. Though. You get barrel stuff. Skitey is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
If you're just joining in on the Delta Force Rise Series Day 1, we are about to hit round 6. But the strange thing is that we've already had one Mandelbrick decode happening so far. I mean, one team in particular, Vivid here, they've been running the show essentially, right? Gotaga, they've just been locking down and contesting those Mandelbricks as far as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Gotaga got to be feeling very, very good. They are towards the top of the leaderboard as it currently stands. You can see them all the way up there, and they are actually on top in multiple different categories. Of course, the most important one being those Mandelbrick, the only team so far in this matchup to actually be able to go ahead and decode a Mandelbrick. But again, they're winning in multiple categories. They're the team with the most kills. They're the team with the most squad points. So I mean, they are just playing absolutely so well. A point that I want to go ahead and reiterate again. Basically, what we are playing for here today is group stage points. This is not the only time these teams will be playing. In fact, they have competitions over the next 4 weeks. Each one of our groups specifically will play 6 times, which basically means that all of our teams will play 6 times. So plenty of more opportunity, but you do get points towards that group stage leaderboard, you know, based on where you place in these specific competitions. So the difference between first and second is, of course, going to be, you know, you do get 8 points for first place, and then you drop down to 6 points for second place, and that kind of goes all the way down to 5th place. So no matter where you're at on the leaderboard, you want to continuously fight for these spots. So the fact that WLG are in second place right now, that is so incredible. They're going to pick up a lot of points from just how well they have played today, and so are Dark Entities, right? I mean, doing good, 3rd place, and for both these teams, really for all of our teams, still the potential to win the competition. That's what you got to love about this format the most, is that the fact that we have 2 games remaining, any which one of these teams could potentially go ahead and still pick up 2 mana bricks and win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, that is in principle what could be happening here, but looking at what Team Gotaga has been doing so far, it's going to be tough for the rest of the lobby, unless, of course, we see the lobby respond to Team Gotaga, right? If they can take them down early, it means that one of the other 5 squads can then step up and lay claim to one of those Mandelbricks. But yeah, so far, Group A versus Group B has been quite exciting, and the next time we're going to be seeing both these groups facing off against each other is going to be in 2 weeks' time, right? All the way in week 3 is when we'll see exactly the same lineup happening yet again. But as you mentioned, it is going to be our second to last potential game coming through right here, as it is Mandelbrick up for grabs over on towards Space City before we hit that round number 7. So this is the last opportunity for the teams to make a very difficult decision when it comes to the operators. As we can see, Tempest has been blocked out for at least 3 of our teams, right? Team Gotaga, they don't have that Tempest anymore, so they're not necessarily going to be able to contest in the sense that they would have wanted to, but that opens up an opportunity for Dark Entity as well as WLG and Alliance, who still have their Tempest at play.
We'll have to see kind of the switch up in terms of strategy for some of our teams. And again, this is what you really got to love about this format, is that you can't just run the same thing every single time. You got to have a couple of backup comps that you feel comfortable with. We'll have to see what some of our teams start to bring out. And speaking about, you know, obviously operators are going to play a big part of what our teams specifically are able to do. I think we have seen, I think it's 3 total teams now kind of bring out those gold armor sets, which means that they're not really going to be available for the rest of the competition for those specific teams, as you are able to only buy it once from the shop on the competitive side of things. So we'll have to keep a close eye on what our teams are actually going to be bringing in as it pertains to some of the gear. Operators are going to be a little bit limited here. We are jumping into game number 6. I think it's going to be important to note, if you're trying to think about, oh no, my team is kind of running out of Tempest, they will have the opportunity to completely reset the operator pool if we do make it to game number 7. Let's take a look at the most popular operators though. Stinger, Luna, and Tempest. And it's so funny, by the way, right? We're seeing it here, you know, 5 attempts in terms of extracting. The extraction rate is straight up 0% right now. And you're like, what the heck is going on? Yet nobody has made it out of any of these space cities so far. Like, it has been an absolute brawl to the very, very end, which is why we have seen an absolute lackluster in terms of the extraction rate. But take a look at the pick rate. How many times have these operators kind of been chosen? 25%, the highest for Tempest, which again is no surprise. And then closely behind is going to be Stinger and Luna. Again, you talked about it earlier on. This is pretty much the most common comp. We have seen the value of the Tempest all time and time again. Today, we have seen the value of the Stinger smokes time and time again. And then Luna, of course, is so much utility and a little bit of recon as well. The 3 best operators for sure when it comes down to Space City.
Yeah, and I mean, you were talking about those golden loadouts as well, right? The golden armor. And I think there's essentially just 2 players. 2 players that have not yet used their golds, right? I think that's Scooby and Selen, all the way from WLG. Those are potentially the only 2 players we could see stepping into this next round, walking in with those gold outfits on. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how this is going to pan out, and of course what the approach will be. But as you said before, right, this means that everybody is pretty much going to be loading up with their purples, right? And again, coming through with the gold ammo, it's going to be quite a bit of a risky play for a lot of our squads, and we could see those finishes coming in a lot faster in comparison to what we had in the previous round.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to change the dynamic a little bit. I mean, I actually saw it right there in game number 5, where Team Gotaga on that last final approach, when they were kind of running out of the coding station, they were in full gold still because they had spent a large majority of that game kind of held at bay on the bridge. And when they were kind of running in with those full durability gold armors, they were able to take so many shots, which kind of allowed them to make some of the rotations, make that cross over to the coding station. So we've already seen multiple times today where it has been the difference maker in terms of the gear, but you kind of mentioned it. Kind of losing access to that very strong gear could potentially change things, especially as some of these things play out. One thing has happened every single game, by the way. Dark Entities have been the team to pick up the first initial Mandelbrick and place it into the coding station. They did it on Brakkesh, and they've done it on Space City exclusively. Obviously, though, it has not worked out for them. My question is going to be, do they go ahead and switch up the approach now?
Yeah, that is going to be a good question that hopefully we'll have answered, but it does seem like Stellan and Scooby are going to be the only two potential players, well, are definitely the only two players coming through with those gold plays. So I think for WLG, this could be an exciting setup, especially stepping into round number 6. As we know, there's still that Mandelbrick up for grab. We did see Gotaga denying the extraction in round number 5, but is that going to be the name of the game coming into this 6th round here, as we are going to be hopping right into Gotaga, starting us off with a little bit of a spray down, getting the knocks into the side here of Alliance. Definitely trying to hamper their advances here, and quick scout coming through here from Nox is going to pinpoint at least, well, the other half of the squad. In hot pursuit they go, trying to get out of harm's way. But it's not looking good for Alliance here.
Yeah, it's not going to be very easy for them. You can see they ran all the way back into this corner with not a lot of area to kind of actually work with, especially when you have the utility from Team Gotaga kind of raining in from above. That's going to be a Molotov landing, but Team Gotaga, they actually got one of those T1 spawns. They could have opted just go ahead and take Employee Passage 2 directly into the middle and have early access to the Mandelbrick, but instead they turn around, they go ahead and opt this fight, they catch Alliance off guard, and now they're in an opportunity to go ahead and win this thing out 3v2. That being said, it's not easy, because Alliance are up on top of these rocks, and it's very, very hard for any team to kind of push this because there's so many angles to deal with. And yeah, Lynx is finding one of those angles that I talked about. That's going to be Maxa on the receiving end of things. Folks, this is a team in first place, Team Gotaga, and this could be the first time that we see them potentially go ahead and make a mistake. Easy and Lynx are trying to keep things alive for the side of Alliance, but oh my gosh, some great shots is going to land onto Vlad. Can he receive any sort of a support? And he does. Finally, Nox finds the angle necessary, and we're left with a 1v1 situation, but Lynx has access to the res.
Ooh. I mean, in the previous round, we did see Alliance rushing up over onto Gotaga. Now, this time around, it is Gotaga that turned around, rushing over to Alliance. So far, it does seem like Alliance has been able to kind of just hold on to that top position, trying to go in for the res, but not getting the opportunity to pull it through. It is going to be Lynx now being met with a bit of a disruption here. Out comes the utility. Can that nade help seal the deal? Quite a bit of distance now being put in here by Nox, just trying to get out of harm's way. But the res could still be pulled off. Maybe Lynx can get that timing secured. But as you can see, Nox, they've got other things in mind here. They want to try and push. And Lynx now figuring out that, again, there's not too much pressure nipping at the heels. It is going to be a race to see who can get one of their teammates back up into the fight first.
A little bit of a reset here from both sides of the coin. Now we're going to be into the 2v2. Nox actually goes ahead and opts to try to apply the pressure. He was out in the open. Somehow he found the shots necessary to go ahead and alleviate some of the pressure. And now he's going to have a great opportunity to potentially go ahead and find the flank. But no, Easy actually finds the angle necessary. And that is going to be Team Gotaga wiped out of the competition here in round number 6.
And this is exactly what the lobby needs to get their hands on that Mandelbrick and actually manage to decode it successfully, as we are going to be seeing teams now starting to line up as WLG is going to be the first one. Scooby going in to try and grab that Mandelbrick. Where are they going to decide to go with it, as they do have 5 minutes on the clock to get it somewhere safe and secure? It does seem like they are going to be opting potentially for that same alleyway that we've been looking at in the previous round as well.
All right, we'll have to see if anything can kind of happen here for WLG. This is crazy. Remember, Team Gotaga, they are the only team in this competition so far to pick up a Mandelbrick at all. So this competition cannot end early. We are now guaranteed to go to game number 7. So if you've been entertained so far, prepare to be entertained for at least one more game after this. And this is scary for WLG. They kind of have read up on Team LFS having access to this ramp over here. So WLG do not want to go ahead and make that crossover to the coding station because they feel like they would go ahead and lose one of their members. So we might have a situation. Now, again, I like to kind of bring up hypotheticals here. 4 minutes, by the way, for WLG to actually do something with the Mandelbrick in terms of putting it into the coding station. If they don't do anything, that timer all the way up top that is now past that 3 minute and 45 second mark, then that Mandelbrick will automatically reset to its initial spawn point. So something to kind of think about.
Yeah, I mean, that changes the whole dynamic yet again. So there's, I guess, a strategy available for WLG here. If they can potentially just get that thing placed down, it could be their ticket to start the process off. It does seem like that is exactly what they're opting to do now. They managed to get it in with 3 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock. Now the whole mess starts all over again, right? LFS moving a little bit further down towards that southern side. DE, though, is still very much removed from that central position within the zone. FLC also just keeping a little bit more of an edge position going here. Meanwhile, Alliance, they're making their way down over that eastern side, looking to see if they can find any potential loot to help increase the overall profits that they are going to be bagging up in this round. But again, right, extraction not necessarily going to be a thing that the teams are going to be focusing on here.
Their full reset, by the way, we kind of missed it earlier on, but unfortunately for the side of Dark Entities, they did actually lose full rate for quite some time. But as you can see, they're back to a 3-man up roster, so they're back in action, and so are all 5 of our teams that are left remaining on the map. So we'll have to see if anybody can kind of make something happen. And all while Team Gotaga are going to be forced to kind of wait in the wings and see how this one kind of pans out.
Well, it's going to be smooth sailing across the board here, especially for WLG, right? They're feeling pretty confident this side. Nobody necessarily going to be pushing up onto that Mandelbrick yet. But it does seem like LFS, they've heard Alliance on the approach. Just trying to get a good read as to where they are in Alliance. Also pretty sure that their spidey senses are tingling. They know that somebody is close to them. Don't know exactly where, but now with Lynx, of course, contesting that machine gunner, it does make it pretty obvious where Alliance is situated.
That's what makes some of these rotations so hard sometimes, is a lot of things around the map could potentially give away your position. One of the most important approaches, by the way, to this buoyancy and centrifuge decoding station is actually access to this ramp that Team LFS are potentially looking at. And by the way, there is a giant, just in terms of position in general, a giant gap between all of our teams outside of Team WLG and the actual decoding station. Are we going to see any of our teams actually contest this? I mean, all of them are so far away. There's so much space that has to be made up in terms of just running over to the decoding station itself. And then once you get there, you have to worry about all the other teams that are going to potentially be on approach as well. So as it currently stands, none of our teams actually seems like they are in a willing position to fight for this.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting setup that we have going here. But I mean, honestly, right, the whole day has been full of surprises, right? I mean, we thought that something was going to happen potentially over on Brakkesh. Nothing really happened there. We didn't see a single Mandelbrick getting decoded over there. Hopping over on towards Tide, things took quite a bit of a turn over there. And so far, Space City itself has been just absolutely jam-packed full of surprises and upsets. But so far, WLG, they might have a false sense of security. At least they, of course, now figured out that there's one team pushing up from the underground, but they got to watch out for FLC pushing up from that western side. And they're going to find themselves cornered very, very soon.
Yeah, you can see 15 seconds remaining before this decode kind of comes in. Easy jumps on from the side of Alliance. Can he go ahead and pull up the decode? He does, but on the back side of that, Selen from the side of WLG is going to be taking out Grind amongst all the chaos. And immediately, WLG, from the likes of Scooby, is going to jump on to that decoding station and immediately seal it back. So now we're going to be separated by 3 minutes, but take a look at this. Oko is trying to go ahead and pressure. Team Alliance are trying to go ahead and drag the body to a safe position to make sure Grind can be picked up. He is going to be fully executed. And by the way, take a look at the graphic on the left side of your screen. Team Alliance, you can see that third member. It is an X, which means that that member has actually gone down already and been fully executed. You can only have that happen 2 times, so the res is not going to be possible. And that's on the back foot of that fight that we kind of saw earlier on in the competition between Team Gotaga and Team Alliance. So unfortunately, Alliance are going to be left with just 2 members for the rest of this game.
I mean, talk about tough odds and difficult things to try and deal with. Fortunately, though, they still have their Tempest up, so it's not going to be necessarily the worst duo loadout that they have to work with moving forward, especially with Luna being in there as well. But now it is going to be the side here of DE getting ready for a bit of a send. They are getting closer and closer. Not quite sure if they're going to look to contest that Mandelbrick. They still have a long way to go if that is what they have in mind. But looking at FLC, though, also taking a very different approach to this match, right? Not necessarily managing to capitalize on a whole bunch of anything this time around. Alliance, though, they trying to test the waters.
1 minute, a roundabout before WLG are able to go ahead and secure this. But for the likes of Alliance, remember, they were that initial team that stopped that decode from WLG from happening. It was on the back for their Tempest. Lucky for them, even though they did lose 1 member, that Tempest is actually still alive. They still have Easy. They still have the potential to go ahead and pop that Tempest all and steal away the decoding station. But I gotta beg the question, man, where are other teams? I mean, FLC are still on the map, DE are still on the map, we still have LFS somewhere in the mix as well, but oh my gosh, it's actually an aggressive play from the side of WLG. Maybe it comes in at the wrong time because some shots are going to be landing on top of them. But whilst they went for this play, Team LFS have actually gained a lot of ground. They've actually approached from the ramp side of things, but it's a full-on investment from the side of WLG. They are pretty much sending the house right now, and yeah, they're going to be in the receiving end of this. Evan has found a lot of space from the side of LFS. He's going to be picking up Selen, but the full-on investment from Scooby, his positioning is going to be an all-in, and unfortunately, he is not able to find any value. Evan just straight up wins the gunfight, and now LFS are in control of the Mandelbrick.
Absolutely insane send coming through there from Evan. Just so aggressive. It almost looked like Scooby was going to be able to lock that position down, but as we saw, not the case. Right now, it opens up the play here for DE as well to try and see if they can contest moving up the ramp, but unfortunately Uzbishka is going to be dropped on down. Evan again on the defenses. LFS just absolutely locking to dominate with that aggression, but they're going to have to be quick about it, right? Because WLG in the meantime could potentially maybe look to sneak up and contest yet again. Fortunately for the side here of LFG, that is not the case, rather LFS. Ooh, but things are just starting to heat up quite a bit now.
Yeah, so many trades happening across the board. Unfortunately for the side of DE, once they actually decided to join the action from that ramp area, they were pinched. LFS were at the top of the ramp. FLC were on a flank at the bottom of the ramp. So Team DE are going to be cut down to just one final member. But amongst all the chaos, remember Team WLG, how much control did they have earlier on? We kind of saw them all dwindle and fall. They're looking to try to make something happen in terms of a reset, but so many of our teams outside of Team LFS are getting cut down to duos or solos that nobody really feels confident in actually approaching this Mandelbrick. There's only 1 minute remaining. The only other 3-man roster that could potentially be feeling confident right now is the side of FLC, but we just kind of saw them. We got a quick glimpse of them. They're actually just looting bodies. They got to make something happen if they're going to be interested in this Mandelbrick at all.
Yeah, that's going to be another part for us to look at. But look at that. LFS just got on their feet and down Evan goes as Easy comes through with the hits. Alliance now looking to do a little bit of something here as they have to try and push on forward. Just a few seconds remaining on the clock. This could be that opportunity for Alliance to try and capitalize, but it's going to be LFS now quickly having to retreat. Up comes FLC looking to try their hand at stealing that Mandelbrick from them, from the hands of LFS rather. And now here we have it. I mean, you can see Saloa just patiently trying to cover all the angles. They are almost in the clear, right? They can almost put their hands on that decode and make it theirs. But WLG also not looking to get involved in the fight.
Yeah, crazy stuff happening all across the board. I kind of mentioned it. There were only 2 teams that were 3-man rosters. We are now down to only 1. That's going to be the side of FLC, who are currently in full control of the Mandelbrick. By the way, I did just see that Solo from the side of DE is now towards the bottom of the ramp. Yeah, that is going to be happening in the bottom right side of your screen. Potentially a full-on res here of both members of the side of DE. If they're able to return to a 3-man healthy roster, they could potentially play spoiler right here if they're able to go ahead and get access to the bottom of that ramp. But they don't have a lot of time left remaining. We're seeing the reses kind of come in from full right in the top right. Fleric is now up. Ushbishka still on the ground, but I could only imagine that he's going to be res very, very shortly. But again, not a lot of time left remaining. We are now sub 1 minute before the Mandelbrick is decoded.
Well, it's going to be FLC now on a heavy defensive position here as the Lions are going to try and push on forward, but it is going to be DE having that full reset, the full 3-piece back in the swing of things. FLC, they could have this one in the back. Just a few more seconds, just a little bit further to go. But it's going to be Easy now, just absolutely lit on fire as the utilities rain down. LFS, though, are going to be trying to contest here as they're moving in, trying to bring in the heat. FLC trying to lock it down. DE pushing up the ramp, trying to create a bit of an opening, trying to find the angle. But there's only 15 seconds left on the clock. And if DE wants to do anything here, they're going to have to get a lot more aggressive than they currently are. As you can see, FLC, they've got the positions just absolutely dominated. And it's just a few mere moments to go. And with that, it is going to be FLC getting that Mandelbrick ticked off for them. And now it's in the bag. And now the teams could focus on just capitalizing on assets, right? If they can somehow miraculously find a way to extract, which is not going to happen.
Yeah, it looked like all of our teams kind of in the mix right there were interested in denying that Mandelbrick from the side of FLC, but I feel like they all just took way too long, especially Dark Entities. I mean, you can see how they invested their Tempestalt, but I think they had to actually wait for that Tempestalt to come online. Potentially after the reses, you know, maybe came through where they weren't necessarily fully prepared, but still some kills to kind of be found. We haven't actually seen many players kind of go down outside of our 2 full team wipes. You take a look at this. Dickinson is trying to make something happen, and those are just trades all across the board. LFS in the action, FLC, WLG, now DE are picking up a couple kills of their own. So just absolute utter chaos, and all these teams, all these members just trying to pick up some points where they can.
Well, I mean, points is going to be the name of the game here, right? That's the one method you have to try and secure yourself with regards to those overall points. And, well, getting aggressive is definitely a good way to capitalize on the available opportunity. But let's see whether or not Ogre can get anything going here. The unfortunate answer is no, as he will get put right on down. We do see Saloa also now starting to move on up. Maybe he can bring his teammate back into the fight, but it is going to be a little bit of a tall order as there's still quite a bit of tension building around him. Quickly deploying that wall. Quick reaction as LFS Imperator gets taken right on down. You can see a few smiles erupting on the play cams, but now it's going to be up to Evan to see if there's anything available for him to do as a solo.
Still some kills kind of coming in for the side of Ushbishka. Unfortunately, that kill will not actually count unless he's able to go ahead and find the knock. And with only 5 seconds remaining and the player in a very, very safe position, I don't think that is going to happen at all. 2, 1, and we are out of game number 6. Team Gotaga entered this one as the team in the lead. They also exit this one as the first ones out. And as a result, we now have a tie on the leaderboard amongst who has captured some mana bricks. Team Gotaga are now going to be joined by Team FLC at the top of the leaderboard after a crazy game number 5.
Who would think that all the way in round 6 we would have our first tie, right? Get our second team with the Mandelbrick on the board. I mean, at the start of the day, that is not what we would have guessed, but it is going to be FLC being our team to look at here, as they are our best squad with 6 eliminations and as well as 2k damage being brought in there, right? They got that Mandelbrick secured and a decent chunk of play coming through as well. 6 eliminations is what they'll have accompanying them out of this round here. And very exciting. Quite a bit of an aggressive showing that we've had from a lot of our teams, right? Dark Entity managing to also pick up those 3 trades. Alliance coming through with 4. I mean, yeah, quite a bit of contribution being brought in by a lot of our teams in much need of that. But we did see Team Gotaga going out super early on, and that's exactly the kind of pacing that the lobby needs to bring in here. But Vivid, I mean, here we have our top killers.
Yeah, 100%. It's probably actually the lowest top killer that we have had throughout the course of today. That's going to be easy, picking up 3 right there. Second and third place, picking up 2 of their own. And that is without a doubt the highest number we have seen all day. Surpassing 1,000 damage, totaling 1.2k. Soloa was absolutely, listen, he wasn't frying it out because, like I said, we only saw 3 kills picked up individually, and it wasn't even by him, but he was doing the damage. And you got to imagine it was probably on the back foot of him just doing so much damage to some of those temp assaults that were kind of come in. Because again, if you get that knock on that temp assault, you don't actually get kill credit for that. Of course, you did go ahead and knock the Tempest, but they just get sent all the way back to a safe position. So much damage kind of dealt by the defense from the side of member like Soloa. And as you can see, 1,200 damage, operator kills, only 2. Assets gains have kind of been low throughout the course of the day, especially when it comes down to these Mandelbrick rounds, because nobody is extracting. It is a full-on investment from the bodies of all of our players towards some of their Mandelbricks. And listen, we called it, DK. We kind of expect this one to go the distance. It has been the theme of these competitions, and sure enough, we're going to game 7.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting one to see who's going to be the team to potentially grab their first Mandelbrick, or who will be the first team to get their hands on 2, or who will be the team to deny everybody else from that final Mandelbrick. It can go many ways, and only one way to find out. We're going to have to see what happens after the break.
2 members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little solo. Hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweat! This. And Elliot's got to know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts! The last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's gonna be hopping off that.
that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first Mandelbrick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
Well, we've just seen round 6 getting wrapped up right here in Delta Force Series, the Rise Series. It is day 1, and so far, only 2 Mandelbricks have been decoded, and it all boils down to round number 7. Firstly, to see where we're going to be going, and of course, who's going to be the team to sit at the top of the board come end of day. Is it going to be Team Gotaga, or could it potentially be the FLC clan securing their second Mandelbrick? Only time will tell, but Vivid, so far, it has been an absolutely jam-packed day, just stacked full of surprises.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways this one could end. I feel like we got to talk about it. Obviously, Team Gotaga and FLC Clan now tied in the category of Mandelbricks, after Mandelbricks kind of being that highest value in terms of, you know, in the most valuable thing on the leaderboard. It goes to squad points. So as you can see, Team Gotaga has more squad points, so that way they are ahead of Team FLC. So if any of these other 4 teams kind of join them up there in the Mandelbrick category, the tiebreakers in terms of the squad points, that's where they could kind of come into play. Still also on the table for Team Gotaga and Team FLC, they could both outright win no matter how many squad points they had if they go ahead and pick up 2 Mandelbrick. So they are the only 2 teams that can still go ahead and win by that metric, because we're about to jump into our last game. Now, the fact that these squad points are kind of being the decisive factor for a lot of these positions on the leaderboard, even amongst our teams who are kind of tied in terms of having 0 Mandelbricks. Like you can see DEA and WLG only separated by 1 point. They, of course, are going to want to place as high as they possibly can up on the leaderboard, which begs the question, for some of our teams, do they feel confident in still going for the Mandelbrick? Because, you know, some of our teams have, quite frankly, failed time and time again, just straight up, because we've actually had 2 lobbies where Mandelbrick just hasn't actually been captured at all. So they potentially start to play for like kills, play for loot, start to play for those squad points, so that way they can win out in terms of the ties that actually do happen on the leaderboard. So a couple of different things to kind of think about for all 6 of our teams as we jump into the last game here today.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot riding on this final one, but I'm expecting the teams definitely just potentially go out and farm some kills, right? Because if they kind of figure that they can't get their hands on that Mandelbrick, or that is not the approach that they want to try and take here, they can look to go out there and get super aggressive and just try and be an absolute menace to the rest of the lobby. But I mean, realistically today though, we've not had a very kill heavy game coming through, right? Even though we've had a lot of altercations continuously happening across the board, I was surprised to see that there actually weren't as many kills as I was expecting to see. But either which way, all will be revealed as we are going to be heading into Space City for round number 7. Of course, the team at the bottom had the choice between heading over into Space City or going all the way back to Brakkesh. But it seems like, well, they've made up their mind, and then we will have our final show happening right here on Space City. And of course, this being round 7 means all the operators are available again. So I'm expecting to see those Tempests coming in left, right, and center.
Yeah, absolutely. The full reset of the operator pool is going to put everybody back in a comfortable setting for sure. And yeah, love the fact that we went ahead and chose Space City here. That decision does, of course, as a little bit of a reminder, go to our last place team. So they're still feeling comfortable on Space City, which is no surprise to me. This is typical of what we have kind of seen in the past, without a doubt. But yeah, as you can see here, these operator picks, a bunch of them are grayed out, and they would have been if we kind of continued on out. But again, the operator choices here for all of our teams are absolutely reset. They can pick any single which operator they want to. I would imagine that we're going to see a lot of Tempest combined with Stingers and Lunas, as that has been the most popular comp, as you can see here just by the statistics.
Yes, after 8 attempts, the extraction rate is still sitting on 0. So if that doesn't tell you much, then as we can see, it's been a pretty tough day across the board. But yeah, I mean, we've seen some pretty good success coming through from the squads in the previous lowdown here. And again, that remains our popular choices here as well. Tempest now going from 25% pick rate down to 22%, so a little bit of a drop off, but we did see Luna actually come up, because Luna was in 17% and she's now up all the way to 19, so 2% switch over in that direction. But of course, heading into round number 7, all of that goes out the window, because as we've said, right, all the operators are free to take, and we could maybe see an interesting setup coming through from our squads, right? I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a double Tempest play coming in, but yeah, I don't even know if that would be practical on the final round of the day.
Might be time to go ahead and bring out something weird, because like we have mentioned, for 4 of our teams, man, they haven't picked up the Mandelbrick so far. It's got to be in the back of their minds. Are they going to be willing to go ahead and switch anything up? Is it going to be enough to kind of change up just something as simple as the operator composition? It'll be interesting to kind of see what the approach will be for all of our teams jumping in to the last game. A lot of pressure is on the line. As a quick reminder, this is not the last time that we will see any one of these teams. This is a 5-week-long competition, a bulk of which will be the first 4 weeks, which will feature a group stage. Every single time that you see any of these teams on the stage or playing here in these types of competitions over the next 4 weeks, it's just going to be all about them trying to pick up as many points as they possibly can for the group stage leaderboard. There's a whole scoring system for that, but it's just based around how well you perform on any given day. Our teams currently, like for example, Team Gotaga, if we were to end the competition right now, they are in first place, so they would go ahead and pick up 8 points plus the Mandelbrick that they were able to decode throughout the day. So they are currently sitting ahead of the pack because they have 9 points if they remain on to that #1 spot. So all of our teams still have a lot to play for, and it's not the last time that we will see any of these teams here today. But again, you want to do well today, and you want to do well every single time that we see one of these teams because it helps you out on that leaderboard greatly.
Yeah, and they, at this point, need all the help that they can get, right? So excited to see how this all is going to unfold once we get into our final round of today. It is going to be round 7 coming in hot. Space City will be our main and final attraction here for the day. I'm seriously just hope that either one of the 2 teams that already have that Mandelbrick in hand actually get to decode it, right? Because the biggest upset I think here would be for one of our other 4 squads to step forward and take both of them down, right? That would be quite a bit of an upset. I don't think they would be too particularly happy about that. But as we know, at the end of the day, it's not about what makes the players happy. It's about who steps out and wins come that final few moments, and all will be revealed as we're just cycling through our players to see what the kind of setup is, what the mentality is here, and whether or not they are going to be able to get themselves right into the next bit of the action here. So yeah, it does seem like we are experiencing a few technical things as all the excitement has kind of stacked up all the way to this round number 7.
Yeah, we have, unfortunately, and why don't we just go ahead and give our players an opportunity to jump back and reset things in the lobby, and we'll give them that time allotted. We can go ahead and just go to a short break, but on the other side of things, we've got the last game of the day.
normal. Do not intervene. Telemetry normal. Do not intervene.
Target in the vicinity.
Find him. I'll monitor your vitals. Watch out for radiation spikes.
Copy. Moving out. N2. N2.
Green burns the skin. Yellow brings leukemia. Purple causes mutations. No! CSIM 137 is colorless. Stop scaring yourself!
Focus up.
Silent feet.
Your silence against the polygraph only proves your connection to the recent string of malfunctions.
If I told you the root cause of the malfunctions was Hudson's impatience, would you believe me? System errors, core boiling. These are the consequences of the main reactor overloading.
I
If this
suggest you
continues...
abandon any thoughts of shutting down the reactor. We're on a strict timetable. Next question. The signal you transmitted. Who was the recipient? H42. You're the glitch I've been hunting.
Go.
Playing the rear guard. That's not really our style. Your reflexes are slower than they used to be. Are emotions eating up your processing power?
You talk too much.
This isn't the right way.
I didn't send that signal to GTI just to escape.
You lied to us.
Sometimes lies are necessary to protect what matters. I have to initiate an emergency scrap. I won't let a nuclear meltdown destroy Asara. The path ahead goes through a high radiation zone. You have no obligation to risk your life. We part ways here. Thank you.
N2 to Vlinder.
H42. You blocked Skynet, but you cannot erase your past. I am your past. You will only be beaten down.
Abort mission. Withdraw immediately.
Copy that. Regroup with Nox. Extract. Take a hot shower. No, wait! The scram at this power output. The residual heat won't dissipate and could lead to a core meltdown. So what do? Intervene!
Telemetry normal.
Stop the explosion.
Do not intervene.
Face
Telemetry
the
normal.
radiation.
Do not intervene.
Don't be an idiot. You can't do this. You couldn't do it back then.
Fall back now.
What about you? Can you handle him?
He's nothing but a past version of me. He's nothing but a past version of me.
Just fall back. Don't worry about him. He's tough. Enough to survive a nuclear blast.
N2, your vitals show you're in the radiation zone.
I'm a walking reactor at this point.
H-1000, 2 hostiles in the control room.
Ugly variables.
Don't press it! If you shut down the reactor, the uncontrolled power surge could cause it to blow. But if I manually pull the core while you press it and create an asphyxiating environment...
That mitigates risk. But how do we do that?
Forgot to introduce myself. Codename. N2.
It could explode. Don't try to play hero.
No, I'm just trash. Maybe today. Trash can finally be put to use. I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Nothing much. Just fought some internal demons and stopped a nuclear explosion while I was at it.
Nice work.
Telemetry normal. Do not intervene.
Nuclear power is poison, Nasir. You destroyed Asara's chance to be reborn. No, no. Nuclear power is the cure.
And we're back. We're getting ready to continue with the wait to see if we can get into our final match to get everything underway. But of course, as a result of the wait, we are going to be moving the stream to the Esports channel, as we do have that show match coming up as well. And Vivid, you know a little bit more about the show match that's coming in.
Yeah, we're going to see some collaborative efforts amongst some of our Siege professionals over there. Under Siege is kind of the coined phrase for that over there. So yeah, if you guys are kind of interested in seeing some of the personalities from Rainbow Six Siege, a professional scene over there, kind of join the action on Delta Force, and then some lovely creators from, you know, all around kind of go head to head, then be sure to tune into that in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, so in the meantime, we are going to be just waiting to get everything ready. It does seem like things might be moving along and we could potentially be getting into the action very, very quickly. But I got to say, overall, though, right, today has been quite an interesting day with looking at kind of the pacing and the flow that the teams have been bringing through, right? I mean, we've seen through the show matches that we've had, we've seen through the open qualifiers that the teams would usually try and get their hands on those decos, right? Try and get as many of those Mandelbricks as they possibly could, as quickly as possible as well. And stepping into the first day here of the Delta Force Rise series, it seems the teams took that dynamic, yeeted it out the window and said, you know what? No, we're going to try and play it in a different way.
Yeah, absolutely. But still a lot to play for. We know this is anybody's game. We've been kind of talking about it all day. Obviously, winning matters a lot. All of these teams want to win, but it also matters to kind of just play as high as you can up on the leaderboard, because those group stage points are going to be very, very important into like how you are seated throughout the rest of the competition, whether or not you make it directly to the finals, whether or not you have to face your way through some of the other qualifying stages as well. But yeah, still a lot to play for all of the teams, no matter where they currently stand on the leaderboard.
Yeah, so we'll get a quick look and hopefully see exactly what is going to be in store for us as we approach our 7th round of the day. And I mean, as to be expected in a world of technology, there's always surprises right around every which corner. So curious to see how this one is going to develop here for today. And as we know, there is quite a bit on the line for the teams, as you said already, right? There is going to be those points for the overall group stage. And the only way to ensure that you finish strong and finish well is to, well, get in, get the job done. Either go aggressive when it comes to those kills, or try and get your hand, when it matters, onto the Mandelbrick, because we've seen a few teams actually swapping their goes over onto who has possession of the Mandelbrick, which is kind of to be expected across the way. But yeah, let's just see how this is going to play out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as just one quick reminder, DK mentioned it just a little bit ago. Guys, we got so much going on in the Delta Force scene that we need to go ahead and switch this competition over to the Esports channel specifically. So keep your eyes out on that if you are interested in kind of seeing how Game 7 goes, which I would imagine would be ready sometime in the next couple of minutes. So go ahead and switch yourselves over there when it does kind of pop up live. But that being said, we kind of already mentioned it. This channel will be taken over by that show match that we have going on in just a little bit later. And yeah, here we go, kind of jumping into things once more. Round 7, it is going to be Space City with the Mandelbrick, the last one of the day between Group A and Group B.
Yeah, there's going to be some high stakes, high pressure, a whole lot of tempers coming through, and excited to see exactly what that loadout is going to be for our squads. I'm not expecting necessarily to see any gold armor being played this time around, as we already saw quite a few of our teams using that up in the early stages. But this is where I want to ask you, Vivid, what do you think is going to be the potential weapon loadout that they might be opting for in this final round?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of our players have kind of coined their favorite weapon as the M7, so wouldn't be surprised if we go ahead and see a bunch of the M7s kind of make their way to the scene here. I think we have, throughout the course of the competition, pretty much seen an investment from all of those M82s that, of course, we saw kind of picked up in the first 3 rounds earlier on in the day. So investments have kind of been coming in all across the board, but yeah, just stick to what you are comfortable with. And I think, listen, it's pretty much just what all of these teams can kind of pull out. Maybe we kind of talked about some of the changes they could potentially make when it comes down to some of their compositions. But I think just kind of approaching this last game, trying to be as comfortable as you possibly can, is going to be the best approach.
Yeah, confidence and comfort is going to be a big thing to play through here. At least now the teams have had a little bit of a rest period, right? They had a bit of time to just kind of collect themselves and make sure that they have the opportune strategy moving into this final round. So I'm expecting to see a lot more higher paced plays coming through, as we are going to be hopping straight into that. But I think a great full circle story could potentially be for Dark Entity to actually get their hands not only on the Mandelbrick, but to get a successful decode going their way. I mean, that is going to just help kind of move them up the overall standings with regards to where they've gone, where they kind of find themselves situated. But at the end of the day, right, it could go any which way. Any one of the 6 teams that we have stepping out into this lobby could be the one to secure that extraction and, of course, that decode.
Yeah, just to kind of keep you guys updated, very, very shortly, we'll be starting off with game number 7. I actually got some eyes in the sky, got a little quick peek at all of our players in the lobby being ready. So they've had a little bit of a break here to have some extra time to kind of discuss what their approach will be going into game number 7. Whether or not that'll help them or not is yet to be seen. But DK, looks like we're going to be starting here very, very shortly.
Yep, we are prepping up and are ready to go. We're going to be keeping an eye to see what that operator choice is going to be moving into this final round. And of course, here we go without any further delay. It is going to be the final Space City coming in hot as we are on board, looking at our operators getting themselves situated down on the ground. Beautiful visuals coming through as per usual. A lot of points of contention that we've seen being held previously, but now it is going to be that final rumble, right? Of course, everybody, as I mentioned before, used up their golds. Now every single team is going to be loading up with those purples, but the big question is everybody going to be locking in with those gold bullets, right? Is that going to be the approach that they're going to look to utilize and just punch through that purple armor as quickly as they can?
Yeah, exactly. A lot to kind of discuss when it comes down to the loadouts. I think one of the biggest things for me is that going into game number 7, all of the operators have kind of been re-unlocked for all of our competitors. So I'm curious to see what comps each one of our teams are going to opt to go ahead and choose. And take a look at this, folks. We have jumped in to the last game of the day, and early on it's going to be Team Gotaga actually finding a rocket fuel, which is going to be worth 1.5 million. I do want to go ahead and bring up the point that typically in these types of rounds it doesn't matter, because we're all just kind of thinking about the Mandelbrick. But if we end this competition and it comes down to a tie in terms of who has the number of Mandelbricks, right? Like if we have 2 or 3 teams kind of tied with 1 Mandelbrick, then that type of loot can actually be the difference maker, because that's going to give you a couple of more squad points. So something to kind of think about. But I think the focus for all of our teams is probably going to be entirely around the Mandelbrick. And take a look at this. 3 teams kind of entering the center of the map. The other 3 kind of off to the northern side, separated amongst there. But it's going to be LFS, Team Alliance, and Team Dark Entities with early positioning towards this Mandelbrick. And Team Alliance, they go ahead, they jump towards the Mandelbrick, but they actually get word that Team DE actually would have had an angle if they opted to go ahead and try to steal that Mandelbrick right off of the get-go and an early retreat for the likes of Team Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, we've seen this happen before, so let's see whether or not there is going to be a full lock-in coming through from DE. Again, finding ourselves in a bit of a predicament here, right? Not the easiest position to push up from, but LFS, though, they're looking pretty comfortable in their setup that they've got here. Quick peek out the window is going to show exactly where the players there from Gotaga are currently situated. But Flash also just keeping his angles pretty tight. They are going to get pushed here by WLG, looking to find a bit of a play, but it is quite the bit of a reach that they now have to try and back off of here. Fortunately, though, got the weapon in hand to play at the distance, right? Meanwhile, LFS, this is going to be their go time. You can see that Tempest ult now coming in, and it is a potential push straight in towards that Mandelbrick.
Fall damage is going to be the difference maker there onto Easy as he tries to go ahead and pop this Tempest ult out of his own. But take a look at this. We're kind of returning to a theme that we saw earlier on in this competition. It's going to be Dark Entities using their Tempest ult to go ahead and get early access, initial access to this Mandelbrick. And this approach to the southern side of the map, it's very, very dangerous because you can see how much open space you actually have to go ahead and cross if you want to make your way to that decoding station that is to the south of the bridge, all the way towards the bottom of the map. But unfortunately for the side of Dark Entities, Uzbishka is going to get caught out in the open. And there are going to be so many teams that have eyes on this Mandelbrick, and with not a lot of cover to actually work around, finding this res would be absolutely crazy.
Not only crazy, but it is going to be essential here if we want to see the side of Dark Entities keep themselves in contention here and maybe contest for that decoding. But it's going to be Alliance looking to double down on the aggression as they start to move on up. Utilities getting sent across the way. Unfortunately for Alliance, not quite reaching the distance. But look at Grind sneaking up to them. Getting up close and personal. Doesn't seem like that knock is going to be able to recover just yet. Oh, absolute devastation now for Dark Entities, as everything is on the line here. One player left to try and keep them in this fight, and this could be a very quick end coming through for them. Grind just absolutely on the money. Good sprays coming through, but WLG could also look to play a bit of an upset, sneaking in those hits from the high elevated position they've got.
Yeah, trying to make something happen here. Alliance potentially getting a little bit too aggressive. You could see some of the other teams are starting to join the mix. We're taking a look at WLG. They're up there on the bridge, pretty much shooting at all of these teams that have kind of overextended into the center of this map. And unfortunately for the likes of Easy on Team Alliance, he got knocked right there, but the potential pickup coming out from Lynx. And yeah, as soon as he goes ahead and tries to overextend himself to pick up the body, he is going to be knocked as well. So the play from Alliance has pretty much resulted in the same exact outcome for Team Dark Entities and Team Alliance, with both of these teams left with just a solo. And we did get a little bit of a quick glimpse towards that Mandelbrick that, of course, has been left out in the open. Whether or not any one of our teams is going to find enough time to go ahead and pick that one up is yet to be tested, and I would imagine not, because you can see, take a look at the sight lines for WLG that they have over the entirety of this courtyard. I mean, how can any one of our teams kind of make an approach? And finally, unfortunately for the likes of Dark Entities, after they tried to make something happen early on, they're going to be wiped out of game number 7.
Unfortunate end coming through here for Dark Entity. They tried so hard to get themselves all the way up onto that Mandelbrick and potentially get it into the station. As we saw, things weren't really destined to pan out for them, at least not in this round. But you got to give it up for the effort that they've been bringing in here, right? Time and time again, getting their hands on those Mandelbricks. But now we turn over to the side here of Alliance, who's going to be pressured by LFS, as well as WLG. So not the easiest position that they currently find themselves in. Not quite sure if they are going to be able to kind of get out of the sticky situation. And again, that Mandelbrick is going to go right back to where it was, where it all started off at this beginning of this round.
By the way, there is really only one team kind of happy with how everything is going right now, and that's Team Gotaga. Remember, they are in first place. They are, of course, tied in terms of how many mana bricks they have with Team FLC. But you can take a look at the left side of your screen. In terms of total score, they currently have the lead. They're kind of winning out on that tiebreaker. And yeah, actually, amongst all the chaos, WLG, they actually sent their Tempest Ult to go ahead and pick up that mana brick that was seemingly in the middle of nowhere. I didn't think anybody was going to be able to go ahead and pick that one up, but Selen does just that. And take a look at this. We're going to be seeing a new decoding station for the first time today, at least. We've seen it in the past, and this one is very, very difficult for any of our teams to go ahead and attack. And a full reset, actually, potentially from the side of Alliance, as their Stinger is going to be finding these reses.
I mean, we could be looking at a game of a bit of hot potato coming through here, as there's a very exposed decoding station, as you already pointed out, right? But now it is going to be Oko just continuously peeking over onto the side here of Alliance as they trying to figure out what is going to be the best play to try and make here. But from what we've seen from WLG, they are really good at these jump shots, just cleaning it up. And Oko, very confident, but he's going to be running quite low on ammo. Fortunately, a quick reload will help him with that reset.
So much space to kind of work through. And all of that open area against marksman rifles, I mean, it's going to be super, super hard. But Team Gotaga now, I mean, they don't know who's decoding this, but they don't want to leave this one up to chance. They were kind of happy with sitting over in Central Command because they wanted to join the fray late. They kind of just want to deny this mana break. They're not going to be interested in capturing it itself because they feel confident in the amount of score that they have kind of picked up throughout the day that they would win this thing. But take a look at how close it is between specifically Team Gotaga and Team WLG. If Team WLG pick up this mana brick in just 2 to 3 more points in total, which could just be 2 to 3 more kills, they would actually be in the lead. So Team Gotaga, they don't know it, but they need to do something.
Yeah, this is not the opportunity or the time for them to sit back and just kick their feet up, right? They gotta have to work really hard if they want to walk away with those 8 points come end of the day. Well, 9 points potentially, right? Because they have the Mandelbrick already ticked off for them as well. So let's see what they are going to look to do here. FLC also going to be looking to maybe make a little bit of something happen. Quite a bit of I don't want to say a hesitant approach coming through from FLC as they playing a very safe position. Not going to be looking to push out in the open unnecessarily. So meanwhile, Alliance and WLG going toe-to-toe. WLG trying to fend off all the advances, but looking at this lobby, they are going to have their hands absolutely filled up with all the pushes coming through.
Yeah, so many teams kind of approaching at the same exact time, and you're taking a look at that. They kind of get overwhelmed. Scooby, unfortunately, going down to the likes of LFS. That's going to be Stickinson picking that one up, and LFS are trying to make a run in the later stages of this competition. They've already picked up 3 total kills, and with their score being at 21, they are currently towards the bottom of the leaderboard. But if they're able to continue on this sort of a run, they could potentially be the ones to go ahead and win this as well. We're getting a quick glimpse, by the way, of what the game plan is going to be here for the likes of WLG. They're going to try to hide. They're going to try to just play spoiler to anybody that tries to go ahead and steal this Mandelbrick.
Well, the fortunate part for them here is there's so many teams looking to push in, so there is going to be multiple fights erupting all over the place. But Oko, yeah, you can't get caught out by those disruptions as they come in, and it is going to be easy just getting so close to stealing that decode. We have just a few seconds left on the clock. This could be WLG getting one on the board for themselves. They do, however, still need to try and find eliminations. They've been able to get 2 kills by the hand of Oko. Ooh, quick bit of defensive angle here as the Even is going to be pushing up, but up comes the push. The aggression is there. Picks up the trade.
Oh.
Down he goes, though.
Yeah, WLG have been wiped out, so the coding has been interrupted. But take a look at all the trades that are kind of happening on the other side of things. LFS are actually left with just 1 member remaining. It's going to be Imperator, and after some of the full knocks actually do come in, they are not going to be left in a healthy situation at all. That being said, he is going to be playing Stinger, so the reses are going to be quite quick, and his members could get revived at full 100% HP. But look who has finally decided to go ahead and make their final approach. It's going to be Team Gotaga, and they have entered from the eastern side of this bridge, and they're seeing that some of these teams, they've got knocks all across the board. How can they kind of join the fray here? If they pick up these kills, it'll be huge for the terms of how many squad points that they're going to be able to accumulate. But oh my gosh, the team that is tied with them in terms of the mana bricks, right? FLC, who are currently in second place, if they're picking up kills, that means they are going to potentially be the ones to rise to the top. Currently 28 score over there on the left side of the screen to just 27 of FLC. It's currently anybody's game, but I'm currently favoring Team Gotaga and or Team FLC.
Yeah, either one of those two teams could be the one to lock this one in. And of course, the Mandelbrick is still just laying out in the open field. But here we go, as LFS are going to be looking to push up as well. They still have 2 players, and they could still maybe make quite a bit of an upset happen here, as they are the only team now moving in towards that Mandelbrick, as they are going to be looking to lay their hands on it, get that timer going yet again with 6 minutes left on the clock. Pressure is mounting. It is going to be Evan stepping forward, getting the process underway, but we are down to 3.5 minutes, so it is going to be a very close call. But now only 3 squads remain. 2 of them already have the Mandelbrick in hand. 1 more could look to play the finisher here on the match for them here today. But it's all going to depend on whether or not LFS is going to be able to get anything done with the duo they have defending that Mandelbrick.
You know, it'd be crazy as well as we take a look at the map. I mean, Sixton is actually in quite a crazy position there. I think he's up there, up on top of the bridge. So it would be very, very difficult for them to kind of return to a 3-man roster. But for Team Gotaga, they're going to try to approach from a little bit of a flank position. But again, I want to put an emphasis on the fact that they currently have 0 kills. In game number 7, the win condition for them could be, if everybody has the exact same score that they do have now, if they just deny the brick from anybody capturing it, then they will win this competition. They will end the day number 1. But if FLC are able to go ahead and pick up some points, whether that be through some random loot that they're able to find or the kills in themselves, then they could potentially win as well. Team Gotaga, their flank has been alerted to the likes of LFS here, and it's going to be Evan, those gold bullets in tow on the back foot of the marksman rifle.
Again, so many difficult angles to try and play through, just trying to time those shots to get the hits in. Looking to alleviate a little bit of that pressure starting to mount up. But so far, LFS doing a pretty decent job when it comes to defending. But of course, ideally here, they would like to get their hands on a few more additional kills. As we know, they are still trailing by about 6 points here. So whatever they can find could be that ticket to get them just that much closer to finishing at the top of the board here today. But all will be revealed soon, as LFS is left with only a duo here, so that already is going to be making things quite difficult, as Imperator is going to be trying to just peek over the top here. You can see Saloa looking to sneak his own cheeky angles in. And again, quite a bit of a back and forth coming in from either side.
Yeah, this is going to be super scary if any one of these teams from the likes of FLC or Team Gotaga actually opt to go ahead and try to steal this mana brick. As LFS, you can see how strong of a position they are actually in. This little bit of a bust just overlooks the mana brick station perfectly. And yeah, just like that, Evan finds a couple of shots that are going to land. He's feeling confident right now after those headshots are going to be landed. But oh my gosh, on the other side of things, Imperator takes out another member of FLC. And all of a sudden, they're down to just 1 standing member. I mean, yeah, sure, the reses can kind of come in, but that's going to take so much time, and with only 40 seconds remaining before LFS are actually able to go ahead and decode this mana brick successfully, I don't think FLC have enough time to make anything happen.
Yeah, the timer is going to be running low. LFS, though, looking pretty confident here. It looks like this one could be in the back for them, but let's take a quicker look back at how Evan was able to lock in those hits. Bang, bang, bang,
One
and the
shot.
shots go through. I mean, sometimes 1 shot is all you need, but pretty good plays coming through there from the LFS side, as they do now sit with a 3-kill streak. Are they going to be able to get anything done as the push comes through? Oh, FLC trying to disrupt it, but unfortunately for them, it is going to be LFS that is going to be walking away with that decode, and now it's going to be the play to see who can get those final few kills.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the points now, and Team Gotaga have been fully alerted. They want to go ahead and pick up as many points as they possibly can. It's going to be a back foot of a third party. You can see with Vlad picking up one of the kills right there. That, again, is going to go ahead and increase their total score already. With the likes of LFS, they now have actually the opportunity to overtake second place if they're able to find enough value. Just 2 minutes remaining for them to go ahead and do it. But oh my gosh, Imperator goes ahead and peeks simultaneously with his teammate there, and Maxa is going to get a little bit of a wake-up call. Hey, listen, LFS is here to play. We'll have to see if enough pressure kind of comes in to deny the res. If that disarm hits, it's going to go ahead and deny it. Trying to peek over things, it's going to be Nox. This guy has been incredible all day, and he continues on with that streak as Imperator is going to be knocked. And with Team Gotaga now starting to go ahead and pick up some of the kills that they need to remain in that first place position, you gotta imagine it might be all said and done here.
Yeah, so far it's still pretty tight, and yeah, it does seem like that second place could potentially be slipping right from the fingers here of LFS, as FLC still going to be holding steady. We still got Kobe just holding an angle, but it is going to be Gotaga with full-on aggression, looking to push on forward. If Kobe can find the exact angle, maybe he could survive, but unfortunately he is going to be denied that, and now it's all up to LFS to see, can they get a cheeky hit? One in, one down, up to go back to 24. Gonna try and maybe try to secure this res, but there's only 50 seconds on the clock, so I think at this point Carnage is going to be the main play here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been so good with this marksman rifle. Actually switches over to the M7, finds the shots as well, but Maxa is in such a strong position on that head glitch. Can Evan kind of make something happen? But no, the aggressive push from Maxa is going to go ahead and finalize things. Our team that has been in first place for so long on the back foot of them picked up the first Mandelbrick all the way back when has kind of come full circle. They finally make something happen here in game number 7, and they did such a good job. I mean, after they went ahead and picked up that first Mandelbrick on the day, they had a goal in mind, and that was not to go ahead and pick up the second Mandelbrick. That was not to end the competition early. That was just to go ahead and deny all of the other teams from picking up Mandelbricks, deny all of the other teams from getting any points at all. And you can see kind of the celebrations coming in from Nox. I mean, that guy, I would be surprised if everybody at home, the fans watching at home, everybody kind of behind the scenes didn't agree with me in saying that it feels like Nox was the MVP of the day.
Yes, sir. I agree with you on that one. I mean, Nox has been just contributing so much here for his squad, but an absolutely exciting turn of events. Gotaga being able to deny yet another of those decodes coming through. Just absolute aggression. Of course, we did see them add 5 more points to the overall tally. So quite a bit of a turnaround that we've had here. And I mean, it was kind of worth the wait, right? Gotaga stepping up and making sure that day 1 goes to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Just well played all around the board. I went ahead and mentioned it multiple times. The game plan was very obvious, and they were rewarded in the end of things. I was worried, I will not lie, because they were so far away from some of these minute breaks, but they always seemed to arrive at just the right time, and was no different here in game number 7. DK, we went the absolute distance to nobody's surprise. And listen, this was just the first day of the entirety of the Rise series. I mean, this thing takes 5 weeks before we actually get to the end. And if it's going to be like this, man, I am very excited.
Yeah, in fact, we still have 11 more days of group stage left, right? So there's going to be a lot to happen, of course. Tomorrow, we are going to be continuing with even more groups stepping onto the battlefield. That is going to be Group C and Group D, showcasing us, or rather showcasing what they have to bring it to the battlefield here. And are they going to be a lot more spicy? Are they going to be a lot more aggressive? We don't know. We'll find out eventually. But yeah, got to say, for the first day, quite a few statements being made here by one team in particular, right? Gotaga trying to lock it down. We did, however, of course, see LFS being able to secure themselves that Mandelbrick. So it is going to add to the overall tally. And of course, the amount of points they could potentially be sitting with come the final leaderboard at the end of today.
Yep, absolutely. It'd be cool to kind of see how everything was kind of broken down. But why don't we go ahead and take a look at some of the stats that we were able to see throughout this competition. I'm very kind of excited on, you know, who is going to be coming out on top, especially as it pertains to, you know, some of the stats, the leaderboard specifically, because, you know, I think we know that Team Gotaga is going to come out on top with that one Mandelbrick that they were able to go ahead and pick up. But again, I kept mentioning it throughout the day. First place is not all that matters here, man. You're still fighting for some of those group stage points. So how everybody else landed on that leaderboard is going to be important as well. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, we'll be taking a look at everything that we can see momentarily. Of course, as you mentioned, right, we're going to be having a few of the stats come through, just waiting for them to do the magic and have it transition up onto the screen itself. But yeah, I mean, quite a few trade-ups that we've had across the day. We've seen some plays being attempted, right? Golden armors, ammo and armor coming in the early stages all the way back, and I believe that was, what, round 3, round 4? And then later on, the team's kind of using all of that up, right? So we defaulted back onto purple armor getting utilized, but that gold armor just punching so exceptionally hard. Just the way we love to see it. But yeah, of course, we are just going to transition into a little bit more, and I heard production say something, but I couldn't hear exactly what was being said just then. So I assume we're just waiting for the final graphics to get ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we have been to the absolute blender here today. We pretty much saw it all. I think, without a doubt, I've watched a ton of Delta Force competition, and I don't know if I have ever seen so many mana bricks go undecoded. I mean, there was 2 maps throughout our 7-game series that did not find their way into the hands of any one of our teams. So kind of ending here on game number 7 with just 3 mana bricks decoded, that to me has to be kind of the standout thing here for me, without a doubt. I cannot believe that some of the games kind of just went the absolute distance in terms of that 18-minute timer, so much so that some of our teams just couldn't go ahead and secure that mana brick. So crazy stuff. It's going to be a very, very unique leaderboard, obviously, as well, with a giant break throughout the day. You know, I'm kind of talking about the blender that we went through here. We pretty much saw it all. And, you know, me and DK had an opportunity to talk multiple times. He's like, dude, this was not what I was expecting at all.
Yeah, I mean, and we've said it before, right, where we've seen teams playing a different strategy, different way, all the way back into those show matches and, of course, the open qualifiers. But before we get further into that, our best team of this round is going to be none other than the players coming through from LFS. 7 operator kills, 150k assets, 2100 damage, and they got their hands on that sought after Mandelbrick, being able to take it without the permission of Gotaga. But you can see quite a few heavy eliminations coming through as well. Alliance picking up 5, Gotaga picking up 4, and still managing to leave with a decent chunk of change, right? 491k is what Maxa had in their bag.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at the round 7 top killers here, we can see it. It was actually pretty even across the board here amongst our top 3. It's going to be a couple of LFS members there, Evan and Imperator, picking up 1st and 2nd place as regards to that. And I mean, the top damage dealers were actually solid. When we took a look at the top team there, they had upwards of 2,000 damage done. Evan with 850 of his own. That's just going to be on the back foot of him hitting so many headshots with that marksman rifle. Does so much damage. And a quick glimpse here at some of the assists coming in for some of our top guys.
Yeah, we see Nox up there again alongside Vlad, and of course Grind is going to be the one that did quite a bit of the work there with regards to those assists. But speaking about the assets, though, we are going to be hopping over to Maxa, closing us off with that contribution that we saw, right? 491.4k is what they were able to walk away with in their safe box. But it is going to be Evan to be our star of the round here, our MVP. 3 operator kills, 856 damage, and of course that 1 assist to accompany the 150k for the assets here. So yep, quite a few different MVPs that we've been seeing stepping up across the day. And of course, as we know, this all tallies up, right? Because all the way at the very, very end, there is going to be a prize for our MVP as well. So quite a lot for these players to play for at the end of the day. But yeah, as we know, round 7 now officially wrapped up. Now let's see what those boards look like, because I'm expecting things to look quite interesting after the first day.
Yeah, without a doubt. Some great individual performances from all of our players throughout the day. Kind of seeing the standout here from Evan Again, we kind of already talked about it with Team Gotaga on the back foot of a great individual performance from their very own Nox as well. There was multiple times throughout the day among some of those games where he was the top kill leader without a doubt. But yeah, man, today has been absolutely fun, DK. And like you mentioned, we do have to kind of make sure we check in to see how everything ended up when all of the math is being calculated. I'm still very, very curious to see where some of our teams ended up. There's only one team that I know where they ended up, so a lot of question marks from me.
Yeah, I mean, it's safe to assume that the one team whose name starts with a G is going to be the goats here for the day. Our very first day, our first goats being secured, but as we mentioned before, right, this is only the first day, the first match. There's still 11 more to come, and expect quite a few changes coming through to these overall leaderboards. But we see 3 teams walking away with the Mandelbrick secured, 32 points going over to the side of Team Gotaga, and of course FLC and LFS coming through on 24 points apiece.
It's actually crazy. 4 teams total throughout the competition today. We're able to pick up 24 squad points exactly. Of course, with Mandelbrick in tow, FLC and LFS are going to take priority there. And then as a quick note as well, when we see a tie amongst squad points that cannot actually be separated by the Mandelbrick itself, it goes directly to kill points, and then it goes to supply points after that. And man, listen, shout out to whoever had to decide kind of who got the tiebreaker here between 4th and 5th place. WLG and Alliance have the exact same score sheet. That is absurd in regards to how this one kind of panned out, but no surprise to see, you know, across the board, obviously Team Gotaga and FLC and LFS, they're towards the top of the leaderboard because of the Mandelbrick. But I want to go ahead and point out how close the squad points are. I mean, only a spread from bottom in 6th place there, Dark Entities, to top Team Gotaga in 1st place. Only 11-point spread across the competition. Again, I think it really does show how close our competition was here today. And all 6 of these teams, man, they were constantly in the action. They were constantly going for the Mandelbricks. And if just a couple of fights went a different which way, we could see a completely different leaderboard. And there it is, our match MVP, to nobody's surprise, from Team Gotaga. It's going to be Nox. 14 total operator kills. Guys, we only played 7 games. That means he was averaging 2 every single game. Total damage being upwards of 2,900. 9 assists, constantly kind of joining this team, helping them out as well. And then assets gained 7 million. A crazy individual performance from the likes of Nox.
I mean, absolutely insane work coming through from Nox here, and so very well deserved MVP. But you know what, out of group A and B, Gotaga is the team kind of repping their group here, right? As we saw them sitting with a really good position here. Fortunately, they are going to be joined by Living for Success, right? LFS is going to be the team sitting there right alongside them. And yeah, some interesting math being shown here as well. But there we have the scores up on the board. So that is our very first leaderboard that we've looked at, and we are going to be looking at that a few more times in the coming days. And of course, tomorrow we are going to be stepping into a new roundup with the new squads stepping out on the battlefield, as Group C and Group D are going to be looking to show us what they look to bring to this competition. But of course, speaking out of which, though, we're not quite done just yet, right? We could potentially be having a little bit of a chit-chat with one of our players coming in from this past match. And absolute excitement and so many upsets. I mean, Tight Prison didn't go the way that we were expecting it to go, right? Brakkesh went in a very interesting way. Space City had so many ups and downs, and one team was trying to run the show across the way, and I think to some extent they actually succeeded in doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you kind of gave us a little bit of a sneak peek into what we are going to be seeing very, very shortly. DK, well, I've got news. It is actually ready. We're going to be jumping into an interview with none other than Maxa. Very, very excited to kind of pick his brain here and kind of get how he's doing. There he is. Maxa, listen, man, you guys go ahead and you take first place here in day number 1 of the Rise series. How does it feel?
We are feeling good. We play like in Scream, and that's it, huh?
Salut. So a very exciting day coming through here from the Maxa all the way from Gotaga. I mean, you guys have just been an absolute menace on the battlefield, right? Making it very difficult for anybody to get their hands on the Mandelbrick. Was that your strategy coming into the day?
The strategy was the double Mandel and full kill, but we see the older team play like a rat. How can I say that? They don't play like Scream. In Scream, everyone is pushing the Mandel, but there no one was moving. So we play like we play in Scream, and that's it. We just train.
Yeah. Nice. And the game 7 right there, we did see that you guys were kind of hanging around the central command building. It looks like you guys were completely fine with kind of approaching the Mandelbrick as late as you possibly could. I would imagine that was on the back foot of you guys knowing that if you just denied anybody from getting the Mandelbrick, you would win because you had so many points. Was that kind of the thought process there going into that one?
The last game was we got the good spawn, so we stay in mid. And we scan with click. It's comment on dit ça? We just scan everyone and see who is taking the Mandel, and we grief everyone playing last on the Mandel to be sure we are first.
Well, very.
Just tell me or no?
Yeah, we.
Okay.
As far as it's an interesting dynamic. I mean, so essentially what Maxa is saying is, you know, if the other teams don't step up and do anything with the Mandelbrick, you know, Gotaga, they are going to be the team to step up and show everybody how it's done and what they need to do with that. And so this is where I want to ask you, Maxa, a final question. Do you have anything that you want to say to the teams that you're going to be going up against next?
Be ready, guys. We are not here to joke. And we're gonna win every weekend.
Nice. Love to hear it, Max. Well, listen, I'll give you the floor for just a couple more seconds here. If you want to shout out your socials and shout out anybody, family, friends, fans, the floor is yours, my man.
Dédicace. Dédicace à tout le monde là sur le Discord. Les Français, la commu. Faut rester soudés. Les mecs, on va gagner. C'est tout. Je savais pas quoi dire.
Awesome to hear from you, Max. So again, congratulations to you and the team. Make sure you let your other team members know that we said congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you in just a couple of days where you will kind of return to the server. And yes, thank you, Max, for joining us here on this interview.
Thank you, guys.
Well, there we have it, right? Maxa giving us a short and sweet wrap up to the day. So a very exciting day. Excited to see what, of course, our day 2 is going to be bringing in. As we mentioned, new teams, new groups are going to be stepping up to the battle, but it is going to be the same map rotation. So a lot could be happening when we kick off tomorrow's games. But before we get there, we still have Americas to happen today.
Yes. Absolutely. And listen, if you guys love what you kind of saw today, be sure to join us in just a little bit as we do kind of take a look at this schedule here. Remember, July 11th, match number 2 tomorrow, Group C versus Group D. So a whole new roster of 6 teams are going to be joining the action tomorrow. It'd be interesting to kind of see how this one pans out. And yeah, I'm very, very excited to kind of jump into some of the subsequent days here.
Well, there we have it. So we are going to be wrapping up our first day for the EMEA region, getting ready for a lot of excitement coming in. But of course, don't forget to go check out that Pros Under Siege event that is currently underway as well. And well, we look to see you in the next one. Until then, big shout out going out to everybody. And of course, we look forward to see you back in the next one. Stay safe.